Welcome, dear dreamer. You've arrived at a place where the day dissolves into quiet, and the night opens its arms to you. This is a continuous relaxing story for sleep, a gentle stream of words, flowing endlessly, carrying you into the soft embrace of dreams. There's nothing you need to do, and nowhere you need to be. Simply rest, let this story drift over you like starlight, and allow sleep to come as naturally as the moon rising in the sky. If your thoughts wander, let them, for even wandering thoughts are part of the journey. All that matters is that you're here, safe, calm, and ready to surrender to the night. The night is long in the memory of nations. It lingers like a fog, thick with whispers of fear and the uneasy silence of streets where no laughter echoes, where soldiers pace with heavy boots, and where the air itself seems to pause, listening for the next order, the next command, the next betrayal. Before the world spoke of a revolution that was bloodless, before the millions gathered on Epifanio de los Santos Avenue, there was only the stillness of waiting, the uncertain hush of a people who carried their suffering inward, who folded their voices into prayer and their anger into silence. History often moves like a river beneath the surface, unseen until its currents crash against the banks. The story of the first Philippine People Power revolution is not only of the 4 days that stunned the globe in February 1986. It is also the story of years of quiet endurance, of families gathering around radios whispering forbidden names, of students painting their hopes on walls that would be scrubbed clean by morning. Imagine, for a moment, the Philippines in the late 20th century. A land of contradictions, where lush islands, rice fields glimmering beneath the sun, and seas that stretched endlessly blue became the backdrop for shadows of iron rule. Ferdinand Marcos had been in power for decades, his reign stretched out by the declaration of martial law in 1972. What began as promises of order, discipline, and national renewal hardened into something darker, the suppression of dissent, the imprisonment of critics, and the disappearance of voices that once sang freely. The people lived with a strange rhythm of silence and fear, where neighbors learned to guard their words, and where the sudden knock at night could dissolve a household into grief. Yet beneath this silence, something else was growing, a quiet, unyielding spirit, waiting for its chance to awaken. This prologue is not merely an introduction to events, but a meditation on how revolutions are born not in the moment of confrontation alone, but in the long accumulation of memory, of injustice, of yearning that lies unspoken for years. In the Philippines, these years stretched like an endless twilight. The martial law period carved scars into the national psyche, scars that throbbed with each rumor of corruption, each life lost in the shadows of interrogation chambers, each voice silenced before its time. Yet, the same years planted seeds, seeds of defiance, of faith, of solidarity that would one day grow into a movement vast enough to topple a dictatorship without the firing of a single shot. History, when spoken in the quiet of night, feels less like fact and more like haunting. Listen, and you can almost hear the rustle of rosaries in clasped hands, the echo of footsteps on empty streets, the faint hum of radios smuggling in the truth when newspapers carried only silence. These were the sounds before the revolution, the heartbeat of a people gathering strength in their restraint. The power that would one day flood EDSA was not sudden, but gradual, like a tide rising unnoticed until it covered the shore. In the years before the uprising, the Philippines existed in a liminal space, neither fully enslaved nor fully free, suspended in the shadow of a man who promised greatness while tightening his grip on the nation's throat. Marcos was not merely a ruler, he was an architect of illusion. He wrapped his power in ceremonies, parades, and projects meant to dazzle the eye, while behind the curtain, the state machinery devoured those who dared to dissent. Palaces glittered, while villages languished in poverty. Speeches thundered, while prison cells filled. And through it all, the people endured. Some bent their heads. Some hid their defiance. Some carried it like a candle in their chest, waiting for the right wind to let it blaze. To understand the first people power revolution is to understand this duality, the surface of compliance, and the undercurrent of resistance. It is to imagine how millions could one day converge in the streets not because they suddenly awoke, but because they had been awake for far too long, living in the tension between silence and the urge to speak, between fear and the desire for freedom. The uprising of February 1986 was not merely spontaneous. It was the moment when the accumulated weight of years finally cracked the shell of fear, and what emerged was something the world had not seen before, a revolution not of guns, but of bodies standing still, not of bloodshed, but of flowers and prayers offered to soldiers, not of hatred, but of an overwhelming insistence on dignity. Yet, let us not romanticize too easily. Even in its peace, the revolution bore the shadows of danger. Tanks rolled down the avenues. Soldiers aimed rifles into the crowds. The air was thick with the possibility of violence, with the tension of a nation balanced on the knife's edge. It could have ended differently. It could have ended in fire, in blood, in tragedy that would echo as a warning rather than an inspiration. But it did not. And that is what makes it strange, unsettling even, the idea that millions of fragile bodies, unarmed and unarmored, stood against the machinery of the state and were not crushed. History itself seemed to pause, unsure of what would come next. The People Power Revolution was not only about the end of a dictatorship. It was about the reawakening of memory, the reclaiming of voices long muted, the unspooling of years of fear into a single act of defiance. To fall asleep to this story is to drift into a dream where silence trembles and breaks, where whispers gather into a chant, where the night itself seems to lean toward dawn though the darkness is still thick. It is a lullaby with sharp edges, a story of peace built on years of pain, a meditation on how history turns when ordinary people decide to stand together. Before the roads filled with prayers and songs, before Corazon Aquino stood as a symbol of new hope, before the Marcos family fled into exile, there was only this, a people waiting, enduring, carrying their quiet rebellion like embers hidden beneath ash. The prologue of People Power is written not in the language of sudden revolt, but in the language of slow, quiet endurance. It is the sound of a nation holding its breath, waiting for the moment when breath would become a shout. The story of the first People Power revolution does not begin at EDSA. It begins in the stillness of homes where families whispered their fears behind closed doors, where mothers clutched the rosary as though each bead could anchor their loved ones against the tide of disappearances, and where fathers returned late at night with shoulders bent under the weight of secrets they could not speak aloud. It begins in the cramped prison cells where writers, students, labor leaders, and priests were confined, their words reduced to silence by iron bars, yet echoing all the louder in the imaginations of those who remembered them. It begins in the villages where farmers tilled their land with hands hardened by labor, wondering why the promises of reform remained promises, why wealth gathered like storm clouds above palaces but rained no blessings on the soil. The revolution began long before the crowd stood in defiance. It began in the aching endurance of ordinary lives. The night stretched across those years like an endless veil. News was censored, newspapers became tools of propaganda, and the truth had to travel like a fugitive, moving from ear to ear, carried by rumor, by sermons whispered in churches, by leaflets scattered in the dark. A generation grew up in that twilight, learning to guard their voices, to measure their words, to carry their dissent inward. And yet, something remarkable took root in that silence. Beneath the surface, beneath the fear, there was a quiet knitting together of hope. Communities formed in secrecy, families prayed with greater urgency, priests and nuns spoke gently but firmly against the tide of oppression. Every silence carried weight. Every small act of courage became a seed that would one day multiply. History often disguises its turning points as ordinary days. No one knew, in the long years of martial rule, exactly when the change would come. For many, it seemed impossible that the regime would ever fall. The machinery of power was vast, the wealth of the ruling family immense, the loyalty of the military carefully cultivated. Marcos appeared immovable, like a stone upon the chest of a nation. And yet, stones erode. They crack under pressure, they weaken under the persistent drip of time, and even the mightiest fortress carries within it the seeds of its collapse. The people did not know when the moment would arrive, but they carried within them the certainty that no reign lasts forever. This is why the prologue matters. To speak of people power only as the jubilant gathering of millions in February 1986 is to see only the blossom without the root, the dawn without the night that preceded it. The deeper story is slower, stranger, more haunting. It is the story of years when despair and hope intertwined like shadows and light. It is the story of a nation that seemed lulled into submission, but beneath the lull, carried a heartbeat that refused to stop. When the revolution finally came, it was less an explosion than an unveiling, less a sudden fire than a long-hidden glow revealed. Consider how the world would later view it. Images of nuns offering flowers to soldiers, of civilians forming human barricades against tanks, of prayers echoing louder than gunfire. These became symbols of peace, of faith triumphing over force. But beneath those images lies the unsettling truth that the crowd could have been crushed, that prayers could have been silenced by rifles, that history could have written another ending in blood. That it did not happen remains a mystery as much as a miracle. It invites reflection on how fragile and unpredictable turning points truly are, how close the Philippines came to tragedy even as it embraced triumph. The revolution's roots also remind us of the strange paradox of fear. Fear silences, but it also binds. It isolates, but it also unites in shared endurance. The people who gathered on EDSA were not fearless, they were afraid, deeply afraid. Yet, they walked into the streets anyway, carrying their fear like a banner. In that sense, the revolution was not a story of courage conquering fear, but of courage walking beside fear, of ordinary men and women choosing to risk everything not because they had nothing to lose, but because they had endured losing so much already. In this way, the first People Power revolution stands as both inspiration and warning. Inspiration, because it shows how ordinary people, through faith, unity, and persistence, can topple even the most entrenched of regimes. Warning, because it reminds us how easily silence can take root, how long injustice can endure when it cloaks itself in rituals of authority, how fragile freedom remains even when won. The night before the dawn is not easily forgotten, nor should it be. It is part of the story, a necessary haunting that gives the light its full meaning. And so, as we drift deeper into this telling, imagine the Philippines not only in its moments of triumph, but also in its long vigil of waiting. Imagine the crowded homes where radios whispered news of the opposition. Imagine the priests who smuggled truth into sermons, their voices rising above the hum of fear. Imagine the students sketching graffiti in the dark, chased by soldiers who could never fully erase what was already alive in the minds of the people. Imagine the quiet strength of farmers, laborers, mothers, and children who bore the weight of years with patience. These are the hidden faces of the revolution, the ones whose names we do not know, but whose endurance wrote the prologue in silence. The prologue closes where the dawn begins. It leaves us standing at the threshold of 1986, when the embers long hidden beneath the ash would finally glow into fire. But before we step into the days of EDSA, let us remain for a while in the shadows, listening to the stillness that came before. For it is in that stillness, in that eerie calm of a nation holding its breath, that the true story of people power begins. Not with the shout of victory, but with the long, meditative patience of a people waiting for history to turn. This is the space we enter now, a quiet space, heavy with silence, yet alive with the strange pulse of inevitability. The first Philippine People Power revolution changed history, but before it changed the world, it lived in the whispers of the night, in the endurance of the people, in the gathering of shadows before the dawn. History does not always announce itself with fanfare. Sometimes, it begins in a place so small, so forgotten by the world, that the tragedy it holds nearly dissolves into silence. Before the great movements of millions, before the chants of "people power" echoed through the wide avenues of Manila, there were places where cries never reached the ears of the powerful. One such place was Nogunri, a village far from the bustling centers of government, a place where the soil absorbed not only the sweat of farmers but the blood of innocents. To begin with people power, we must first turn to the shadowed chapters that preceded it, the wounds carried by the nation long before the streets of EDSA filled with prayer. The massacre at Nogunri is not often spoken of in connection with the Philippine struggle. Its details belong to another geography, another war, the Korean Peninsula in 1950, where refugees seeking safety found only death. Yet, in the meditative silence of history, these stories converge. They remind us that the Philippines, though an archipelago apart, lived in the same century of Cold War violence, authoritarian rule, and the uneasy dance between empire and people. The massacre at Nogunri, while not Philippine in blood, became a haunting echo that paralleled the violence within the islands, a reminder that history's shadows stretch across borders, binding distant nations in shared grief. And yet, within the Philippines, there were massacres of its own, names etched in memory with grief and unease. The shadows of Plaza Miranda in 1971, when a rally was ripped apart by grenades, scattering bodies across the plaza in a moment of terror that would be used as pretext for martial law. The blood at Escalante in 1985, when protesters demanding change were gunned down in cold daylight. These were the preludes to people power, each massacre a reminder that freedom was not gifted but demanded, often at the highest price. To linger here is unsettling, yet necessary. Revolutions are not born from joy, they are born from grief, from the slow accumulation of suffering that bends the will of a people into one direction: enough. When we speak of the first people power revolution, we speak of candles lit in prayer, of hands raised in peace. But beneath those images lies the memory of the massacres, the killings, the silenced voices that pushed the people into the streets. These memories were the soil from which people power grew, dark and heavy, feeding the hunger for change. Let us return to the 1970s, when martial law cloaked the nation. Ferdinand Marcos, with his proclamation in 1972, declared that the republic needed saving, that chaos and communism threatened the state, and that only the firm hand of authority could preserve order. The massacre at Plaza Miranda, still fresh in the memory of the people, had already planted seeds of fear and doubt. But fear can be manipulated. Marcos tightened his grip, justifying repression as protection, and so the country entered its long night. During those years, massacres were not singular events, but recurring shadows. Farmers who protested against landowners and military presence were met with bullets instead of reforms. Students who gathered to demand freedom vanished into cells, some never to return. Whole communities bore the weight of suspicion and surveillance, caught in the tightening net of state power. In the silence of these tragedies, the Philippines carried its own no-gun risks, not one, but many, scattered across its archipelago, each a wound deepened by neglect, each a whisper carried forward into the eventual cry of revolt. It is here that the meditative quality of history emerges. To tell of people power only as triumph is to tell half the story. To understand its true depth, one must sit in the silence of these massacres, in the grief of families whose loved ones never came home, in the eerie stillness of villages emptied by fear. This is where the revolution began, in the unmarked graves, in the blood that stained the soil, in the prayers whispered for justice that never arrived. These moments became the dark undertones of the lullaby of change, unsettling but necessary, reminders that peace was not born from ease but from pain. And so we drift through these memories, slowly, as though walking through a field of shadows. Imagine Plaza Miranda at the moment of explosion, the sudden crack of grenades, the screams of the wounded, the scattering of papers and banners torn apart by fire. Imagine Escalante, where protesters sang and shouted for reform, only to fall under gunfire, their voices silenced in a heartbeat. Imagine the nameless villages where soldiers arrived in the night, dragging men away, leaving silence where laughter once lived. These are not easy images, but they are the foundation upon which the revolution stood. For years, the people endured this twilight. Some resisted openly, joining underground movements, taking to the hills, carrying arms against the state. Others resisted quietly, attending masses where priests dared to speak truth, writing words that would be smuggled past censors, gathering in homes to share whispered hopes. And many simply endured, carrying their grief inward, waiting for a moment when endurance would no longer be enough. Each massacre deepened the silence, but also deepened the resolve. Each act of violence pushed the people closer to the breaking point. In this way, the massacres were paradoxical, meant to silence, they instead fueled the fire of resistance. Marcos's regime, in its hunger for control, scattered seeds of defiance with every act of brutality. The soil of the nation grew heavy with blood, but from that heaviness grew the determination to resist without violence, to answer bullets with bodies, tanks with prayers. It is a strange alchemy, suffering transmuted into strength, grief transformed into unity. But history often moves in such paradoxes, unsettling and mysterious. The lull before people power was haunted by these memories. Every candle lit in 1986, every flower offered to a soldier, every prayer raised on EDSA carried within it the weight of massacres past. The people did not stand in defiance because they had forgotten their fear. They stood because their fear had already been realized, their grief already endured, their losses already counted. The massacres had prepared them for the possibility of death, and so when they faced the tanks, they did so with the quiet resolve of those who had already suffered the worst. And so, part one of this chapter drifts among these shadows, acknowledging the darkness that gave birth to the light. Before people power could astonish the world, the Philippines carried wounds that festered in silence. No Gun Re, Plaza Miranda, Escalante, and countless unnamed tragedies, all of these became the soil of revolution. To sleep to this story is to be lulled not by comfort, but by the strange calm of inevitability, the eerie hush of a nation gathering strength in its suffering. The massacre, the silence, the grief, all of these were the lull before the storm. And the storm was coming. The story of massacres, of silenced voices, of shadows heavy on the land, it does not end where the bodies fall. In truth, it begins there, in the silence that follows, in the quiet ripples that move outward from the place of bloodshed. For in every community that buried its dead, in every home that mourned in whispers, in every school that lost its students to prison or disappearance, there remained an ember. That ember smoldered, hidden but alive, waiting for breath, waiting for the right wind. It is here, in the aftermath, that the deeper story of the first people power revolution takes shape. No Gun Re in Korea, Plaza Miranda in Manila, Escalante in Negros, these were not singular tragedies, but echoes of a pattern, reverberations of a century marked by violence dressed as order, power cloaked in rhetoric of protection. For the people of the Philippines, these echoes did not fade, they lingered in the collective memory, in the haunted spaces where grief became endurance. Marcos's martial law sought to control not only bodies but memory itself, to dictate what could be remembered, what could be spoken, what could be written. Yet memory is a stubborn thing. Even when buried, it surfaces. Even when silenced, it hums beneath the skin of a nation. The killings, the massacres, the silences became an unspoken litany, a rosary of wounds. Each bead was a name, a place, a cry unheard. And yet, as the people recited this litany inwardly, they began to find in it not despair but solidarity. What had been endured in isolation became recognized as shared suffering. A mother in Manila who feared her son would not return from a student rally found kinship with a farmer's wife in Mindanao who wept for her husband taken by soldiers. A priest in Negros who buried the fallen at Escalante found his grief mirrored in the sermons of bishops in Manila who warned of a nation bleeding. Slowly, invisibly, the massacres stitched the nation together. It is unsettling, is it not, that violence meant to divide, to scatter, to instill fear, instead deepened the bonds of community? This is the paradox of repression: the more it attempts to silence, the more it awakens. The people began to recognize themselves in one another's wounds. In that recognition lay the seeds of resistance. And so, even as blood darkened the soil, something else germinated beneath, the quiet roots of unity. By the early 1980s, this unity had begun to stir. Marcos, though still powerful, was aging, his health weakening, his image cracking under the weight of corruption scandals. The economy, once buoyed by foreign loans, sagged beneath debt and mismanagement. Poverty deepened, while the regime's opulence became ever more visible. The palaces, the jewels, the grand projects erected not for the people but for vanity. The contrast was glaring, and the people, already haunted by massacres, began to murmur more boldly. What had once been whispers became cautious conversations. What had once been isolated protests became gatherings too large to ignore. Then came a moment that would sharpen grief into resolve: the assassination of Benigno Ninoy Aquino Jr. in August 1983. His return from exile was meant to be a homecoming of hope, a spark for change. Instead, it became another massacre, this time on the tarmac of Manila International Airport, broadcast in plain view of the world. A single bullet collapsed the illusion that Marcos's regime could contain dissent without consequence. Ninoy's death was not merely the silencing of one man, it was the unleashing of a memory long suppressed. Suddenly, the massacres of the past, the disappearances, the killings in distant provinces, all converged into one clear truth: the regime would not yield unless the people demanded it. The wake of Ninoy's death became a vigil for the nation. Hundreds of thousands lined the streets for his funeral procession, their grief spilling outward, transforming into resolve. Candles flickered in windows, prayers filled churches, conversations deepened in courage. The nation had crossed a threshold, the fear that once scattered them now bound them together. And yet, the shadow of massacre still lingered. The people knew the regime's appetite for violence. They knew that gatherings could be dispersed by bullets, that protests could end in blood. But something had shifted. The massacres that once warned them into silence now reminded them that silence offered no safety. To endure quietly was to accept the endless repetition of grief. To risk the streets was to risk death, but also to open the door to life. This recognition grew slowly, like dawn. From 1983 to 1985, the opposition gathered strength. Newspapers began to test the boundaries of censorship, slipping truths into their columns. Underground publications flourished, passing from hand to hand. The Catholic Church, long a moral anchor, became a bolder voice, with priests and bishops calling openly for justice. Labor strikes swelled, students marched, and farmers demanded reforms with louder voices. The massacres, once sources of fear, now became rallying cries, invoked in speeches, remembered in songs, painted into murals on walls that soldiers could scrub but not silence. This, too, was a kind of haunting. The dead did not rest quietly, they spoke through the living, urging them forward. To sleep through these years was to hear in dreams the voices of those who had fallen, reminding the people of what had been lost, urging them not to let the losses be in vain. The revolution, though not yet visible, pulsed beneath the surface, carried in the memories of grief. By 1985, the regime's cracks were impossible to ignore. Marcos called for a snap election, a gamble to prove his legitimacy. Yet the people, weary of his illusions, rallied behind Corazon Aquino, Ninoy's widow, who emerged as a reluctant but powerful symbol of change. Her candidacy gathered the grief of the nation into a singular hope, that the blood of the past might yield to the promise of freedom. The massacres, the killings, the silences, all of them seemed to point toward this moment. The snap election of February 1986 was marred by fraud, intimidation, and violence. Ballot boxes disappeared, votes were manipulated, opposition poll watchers were harassed. Yet the people saw through the charade. They carried with them the memory of massacres, the certainty that justice had been denied too many times before. When Marcos declared himself victor, the people did not retreat into silence. Instead, they gathered, restless, like a tide waiting to break. And then came the call. When Defense Minister Juan Ponce Enrile and General Fidel Ramos broke away from Marcos, barricading themselves in Camp Aguinaldo and Camp Crame, the people were asked, not by decree, but by faith, to protect them. Cardinal Jaime Sin spoke over Radio Veritas, urging the faithful to gather, to stand with their bodies as shields. It was a dangerous call, one that could have led to another massacre. Tanks and soldiers were already on the move. The air was thick with possibility of blood. And yet, the people answered. They poured into the streets, unarmed, carrying only food, flowers, rosaries, and songs. They stood before tanks with nothing but open hands. They knelt in prayer as soldiers aimed rifles at their chests. They sang hymns as helicopters circled overhead. The massacres of the past haunted them, but instead of scattering them in fear, those memories steadied them. They knew the cost of silence. Now they were ready to bear the cost of defiance. What followed in those 4 days on EDSA would astonish the world. But here, in the prologue of Massacre and Grief, we understand how such defiance was possible. It was born not from sudden courage, but from long suffering. It was forged in the silence of prison cells, in the blood of massacres, in the tears of mothers and the prayers of priests. The People Power revolution was peaceful in its climax, but its roots were watered by violence endured, by grief remembered. Let us linger in the paradox, that peace was born from massacre, that flowers bloomed from blood, that prayers arose from silence. To drift into sleep with this story is to float through shadows heavy with grief, and yet touched by the strange inevitability of dawn. The massacres did not silence the people, they prepared them for the day they would rise together. And that day was already on the horizon. The revolution was not born in the sunlight of February 1986 alone. It was carried, like a long shadow, across the years of waiting, through the silence of the fearful, and into the corridors where power festered behind closed doors. To understand the tide that rose at EDSA, we must return to the wider peninsula of memory, where the Philippines lay divided not only by geography, but by the weight of history pressing upon it. This was not a single uprising born overnight, it was the slow accumulation of unrest, whisper by whisper, silence by silence, fracture by fracture, until the air itself trembled with what could no longer be contained. The Philippines of the early 1980s was a nation suspended between two mirrors. On one side was the reflection carefully polished by Ferdinand Marcos, the illusion of strength, order, and unbroken control. On the other was the darker truth, of prisons filled with the nameless, of newspapers shuttered, of journalists silenced by a single bullet in the night. The people walked between these mirrors uneasily, forced to inhabit both realities at once. To the outside world, the country was an island of discipline and progress. Within its borders, the soil was restless, carrying the weight of forgotten cries. In this uneasy silence, every street seemed to hold its breath. Soldiers patrolled the avenues, their boots echoing on cracked concrete. Checkpoints rose like watchtowers on roads that once led freely to villages and markets. To live in this time was to learn the art of silence, to know which words to leave unsaid, which names not to whisper, which truths to bury deep within one's chest. Yet even silence has its own language. The eyes of strangers meeting on buses, the furtive passing of folded pamphlets, the quick glance over a shoulder before a story was told, these became the secret alphabet of dissent. It was in this darkness that the seeds of the revolution germinated, unseen, beneath the surface. Every injustice unrecorded, every prayer muttered in fear, every tear shed at a funeral without answers, each one was planted like a grain of sand, small and easily overlooked. But as countless grains gather, they form dunes that shift, reshaping entire landscapes. The landscape of the Philippines was changing, though the rulers did not yet see it. The assassination of Ninoy Aquino Jr. in August 1983 was the spark that revealed just how dry the forest had become. The shadow of his death stretched across the peninsula, long and unyielding, reminding the people that silence itself could no longer protect them. For years, Aquino had been a voice of opposition, sharp yet hopeful, daring to name what others were afraid to say aloud. When his voice was finally cut down on the tarmac of Manila International Airport, the silence that followed was not the silence of fear, but of mourning that turned to anger, and anger that turned to resolve. Crowds gathered in hushed processions, holding candles that flickered against the wind. The glow of those small flames spread through the city like a quiet fire. What was once private grief began to bloom into public defiance. 1 million people walked in his funeral procession, their footsteps echoing against the empty spaces of power. The message was unmistakable: if one voice could be silenced, then millions would have to rise to speak in his place. And yet, the Marcos regime continued its performance. The palace halls were filled with the clinking of glasses, the gleam of chandeliers, the hollow laughter of those who mistook glitter for permanence. Imelda Marcos, the First Lady, built monuments as though cement could silence memory, as though marble could outweigh blood. The ostentation of her edifice complex rose into the skyline while the slums spread wider across the city, the contrast so sharp it cut into the very soul of Manila. The ordinary people carried on with lives marked by quiet endurance. Farmers bent under the sun, their harvests sold at prices that barely fed their families. Fishermen cast their nets into waters increasingly claimed by the few. In the city, jeepney drivers maneuvered through snarled traffic, their colorful vehicles carrying the weight of conversations laced with frustration. Housewives lined up at ration stores, children in tow, waiting for goods that grew more scarce. All the while, the shadow grew longer, darker, pressing against the fragile curtain of daily routine. Beneath this, networks of opposition began to strengthen. Priests preached sermons that hinted at truths not spoken outright. Activists organized in secret, careful not to draw attention, their meetings held in dimly lit rooms with curtains drawn. Students debated in hushed tones, writing leaflets on hidden mimeograph machines. Workers whispered during breaks, their labor becoming not just a means of survival but a statement of dignity. The church itself, with its ancient bells and stained glass, became a vessel for both faith and resistance. It was not only a matter of politics, it was the stirring of conscience, the awakening of a nation's soul. And always, in the distance, there was the sense of something gathering. Like thunder rolling across the horizon before the storm arrives, the Philippines in these years trembled with an energy that was at once frightening and undeniable. No decree, no curfew, no armed patrol could suppress the invisible pulse of awakening. When night fell, Manila seemed to change its face. Neon signs blinked in weary repetition, night markets stirred with the sense of grilled food, and yet there lingered an undertone of unease. The air was thick with both fear and anticipation. Radios hummed with censored news, their static carrying more truth than the words allowed to pass. Foreign broadcasts, smuggled in on crackling frequencies, spoke of unrest that officials pretended did not exist. It was as if two realities coexisted, the one the government declared, and the one the people lived. Into this fragile atmosphere stepped Corazon, Aquino, widow of the fallen Ninoy. She had not sought the spotlight, yet history has a way of thrusting the unwilling into the center. To the people, she became both symbol and vessel, fragile in appearance, yet unyielding in principle. Her soft voice carried more weight than the thunderous speeches of men, for it was backed by sacrifice. Where Marcos displayed power with armies and palaces, Cory embodied quiet strength, a reminder that legitimacy rests not in fear, but in the consent of the governed. The stage was being set. Not by decree, nor by design, but by the convergence of countless moments of courage, small, almost invisible acts that wove together into a tapestry of resistance. Each candle held at a vigil, each whisper shared in the dark, each prayer uttered beneath vaulted church ceilings, these were the threads that stitched the nation's destiny. The peninsula itself seemed to breathe differently, as though the islands were restless, waiting for the tide to turn. And as the year of decision drew closer, the people stood at a precipice. They had learned to live in the shadows, but now the shadows themselves grew restless, shifting, swelling, threatening to overtake the illusions of control. Marcos, still surrounded by loyalists, still believing his image untouchable, did not see how far the tide had risen. But the people saw. The people felt. And the people waited. The story of the first People Power revolution was not simply about a single moment of uprising, but about this long, quiet gathering of shadows, how silence transformed into sound, how fear ripened into defiance, how ordinary lives, carried on in the margins, became the very fabric of history. The storm had not yet broken, but already the air was charged, heavy with the electricity of what was to come. The shadows lengthened as the calendar turned toward 1985. The palace still gleamed under its chandeliers, but the shine was hollow, its brilliance masking a decay that gnawed at the foundation of power. The Marcos regime projected certainty, but its pulse had grown irregular, and each beat was haunted by the specter of doubt. The Philippines itself seemed to hold its breath in those months. Streets bustled with commerce, but behind every transaction there lingered a quiet unease. Vendors sold fruit in baskets woven from palm leaves, jeepneys clattered through smoky avenues, students laughed in corridors, yet all of it felt fragile, like glass set on the edge of a table, waiting for the slightest tremor to send it crashing. The ordinary rhythms of life continued, but beneath them ran a subterranean current of fear, and hope, and a strange expectancy, as though the land itself knew change was drawing near. In the cities, whispers carried faster than newsprint. Pamphlets, hurriedly duplicated on battered mimeograph machines, slipped from hand to hand in marketplaces and bus stops. Each leaflet was a fragment of forbidden truth, words forbidden in newspapers shackled by censors. Farmers in distant provinces heard rumors carried by traders, stories of protests swelling in Manila, of priests daring to denounce corruption from the pulpit. In the bars where soldiers gathered after duty, hushed debates sparked, some fiercely loyal to their commander-in-chief, others quietly disturbed by what they saw in the eyes of the people they patrolled. The assassination of Ninoy Aquino still haunted the air, not merely as memory but as wound. His face appeared on posters, on stickers pasted discreetly on lampposts, on buttons worn close to the chest. He became both martyr and compass, pointing the way forward even in silence. His widow, Cory Aquino, by then no longer only a figure of grief, emerged as reluctant standard-bearer. The quiet dignity with which she carried her sorrow became itself a form of defiance. Where Marcos bellowed with authority, Cory's calm presence struck chords deeper than speeches. The regime, sensing the tightening grip of unrest, attempted to project control by staging grand displays. Television programs broadcast parades of loyalty, officials gave long speeches extolling the virtues of discipline. But the very excess of propaganda only amplified suspicion. The more the state insisted on its strength, the more obvious its vulnerability became. The people had learned to read between the lines, to interpret the loudness as proof of fragility. Beyond the capital, discontent took root in countless forms. In sugar plantations of Negroes, laborers rose in protest against hunger wages, their children fainting from malnutrition even as wealth flowed into the hands of a few elites. In Mindanao, communities displaced by conflict simmered with anger, their struggles largely invisible to the eyes of the regime. In the northern provinces, students returned from Manila with stories of marches, their voices carrying seeds of rebellion into towns that had known only silence. The archipelago, stretched across 7,000 islands, seemed to echo with a single murmur, a murmur swelling toward roar. By late 1985, the unthinkable began to unfold. Under pressure from both domestic unrest and international scrutiny, Marcos called for a snap election, declaring that the people would confirm his legitimacy once more. He underestimated what years of silence had prepared. The announcement was like striking flint against stone. Sparks lit across the nation. Suddenly, what was whispered became spoken aloud. What was imagined in secret now demanded to be lived in public. Ninoy Aquino, at first hesitant, was pressed by allies, clergy, and citizens alike to stand as candidate against Marcos. Her candidacy was not that of a seasoned politician but of a symbol, one who bore not only the legacy of her husband but also the collective longing of millions. Her campaign became a pilgrimage of hope. From town to town she traveled, welcomed not with fanfare of luxury but with offerings of flowers, food, and fervent prayer. In her presence, people saw not just a leader but themselves reflected, ordinary, vulnerable, yet resolute. Marcos, meanwhile, prepared his machinery. The apparatus of power was vast, built over decades, and he believed it would hold. Soldiers were deployed, officials instructed, ballots printed with intention already written upon them. He stood before cameras with the familiar posture of confidence, his voice unwavering. Yet behind his eyes flickered something unsettled, something that betrayed awareness of the storm gathering at the edges of his control. The weeks leading to the snap election were unlike any the Philippines had ever seen. Streets filled with rallies, yellow confetti fluttered from office windows, and songs of defiance echoed through neighborhoods. For the first time in years, silence was broken openly, loudly, joyously. The people, once bowed by fear, now walked upright, their faces lit with courage. Where once a lone candle had flickered, now entire avenues glowed with thousands. The shadow that had stretched across the peninsula was no longer suffocating, it was moving, alive, reshaping into the silhouette of a multitude standing together. Election day itself was a paradox of hope and dread. Voters lined up before dawn, determined to cast ballots that might finally pierce the illusion of permanence. Fingers stained with indelible ink bore testimony of participation, proof that they had spoken. Yet reports soon surfaced of irregularities, ballot boxes stolen, votes tampered, tallies rewritten. The Commission on Elections declared Marcos victorious, but the people knew otherwise. The National Movement for Free Elections, NAMFREL, staffed by volunteers and ordinary citizens, conducted its own parallel count. Their numbers told a different story. Ninoy Aquino had won. The revelation spread like wildfire. Trust, already fragile, shattered completely. The regime's mask slipped, and behind it lay only the face of desperation. The world was watching. International observers condemned the fraud, foreign press broadcast the unrest, and leaders abroad voiced disapproval. Marcos had sought validation but instead exposed the emptiness of his power. At home, discontent boiled over. In churches, priests declared the results unjust. In schools, students walked out in protest. In factories, workers downed their tools. The call was no longer for reform, but for transformation. It was in these weeks that the final threads of the People Power revolution began to weave together. Ordinary men and women, long accustomed to fear, found themselves stepping into the open, their voices rising in unison. Soldiers, too, began to waver. Within the armed forces, cracks appeared, loyalty strained against conscience. Rumors circulated of officers preparing to break ranks, of generals who could no longer bear to serve a lie. The shadows that once concealed fear now harbored defiance. Marcos still clung to his palace, believing that steel and silence could hold back the tide. But the tide had already shifted. The people had crossed an invisible threshold. They no longer whispered in corners, they shouted in plazas. They no longer hid their candles, they lit them in public, thousands upon thousands glowing against the night. The air of the Philippines in early 1986 was charged, electric, trembling with anticipation of rupture. The shadows across the peninsula had changed shape. No longer were they the oppressive weight of silence imposed by a dictator. They had become the gathering dusk before dawn, the kind of shadow that signals not the end, but the beginning. In every alley, in every churchyard, in every household where families knelt to pray, there was the unshakable sense that history itself had turned, that nothing could remain as it was. The nation was poised on the edge of revelation. A single spark would be enough to ignite the storm. And when it came, the world would witness something extraordinary, a people who had carried their fear for too long finally stepping out of the shadows into the light of their own power. The cities had always been restless. Manila, Cebu, Davao, their streets carried the scars of colonial rule, their plazas bore the memories of revolts both crushed and celebrated. In their alleys and avenues, power was always contested, always fragile. By the mid-1980s, the discontent that once lingered in whispers had begun to glow like embers scattered in the dark. They smoldered quietly, unseen by those who believed walls and soldiers could contain a people's will. But embers do not stay hidden forever. Given time, given breath, they ignite. The early months of 1986 were unlike any that had come before. Manila itself seemed to breathe differently, as though the city knew that something irreversible was unfolding within its bones. Jeepneys rattled through the streets with their usual bright colors and painted slogans, but now many bore ribbons of yellow tied to mirrors or fluttering from antennas. Students marched through avenues, chanting slogans that turned the air electric. Priests stood at altars and spoke words that sounded less like sermons and more like battle cries clothed in prayers. The church bells, which for centuries had tolled for births, marriages, and deaths, now rang as if they were calling an entire nation into the streets. The election had been stolen. That was the truth that no decree could mask, no headline could sanitize. Everyone knew it. Even those who still clung to the old loyalties felt the sting of humiliation. To watch ballot boxes vanish under the eyes of soldiers, to see the tally boards falsified in broad daylight, to hear witnesses recount the fraud with trembling voices, this was not just politics. It was betrayal made visible. And betrayal burns. In the factories, laborers paused at their machines. In schools, students skipped lectures to join rallies. Housewives carried candles and rosaries into the streets. The city became a theater where ordinary life blurred with extraordinary defiance. The air itself felt charged, as though each breath carried the weight of both dread and anticipation. Even the sunsets over Manila Bay seemed different, redder, heavier, as if painted by unseen hands that knew fire was about to consume the horizon. The government responded with the familiar language of fear. Soldiers were deployed in greater numbers, their rifles glinting under the tropical sun. Checkpoints multiplied, barricades sprang up like weeds overnight. Yet even as the presence of guns grew heavier, so too did the resolve of the people. What had once been an instrument of control became proof of tyranny. Mothers clasped their children's hands tighter, fathers whispered courage to their families, and the people moved anyway, through checkpoints, past soldiers, around barricades. Fear had been weaponized for too long, it had lost its power to paralyze. By February, the spark came. It did not arrive with the thunder of bombs or the blaze of revolutionaries storming gates. It came in the form of a break within the armed forces themselves. Defense Minister Juan Ponce Enrile and General Fidel Ramos withdrew their support from Marcos, barricading themselves within military camps along EDSA. For years they had served the machinery of power, but even they could not ignore the corrosion spreading through its gears. Their defection was not merely political, it was seismic. The regime's foundations cracked, and through those cracks poured the light of possibility. The call went out, carried by radio waves that hummed through the night, passed by word of mouth from neighbor to neighbor, gather at EDSA. Come to the streets. Protect the soldiers who had broken away. Stand as shield, stand as witness. And they came. First by hundreds, then by thousands, then by the tens of thousands, the people flooded the avenues. They carried no guns, no knives, no weapons. They brought candles, flowers, and food. They sang hymns in the shadow of tanks. They knelt before soldiers with rifles, offering prayers instead of resistance. The asphalt of EDSA, once a highway choked with traffic, became a river of humanity flowing toward destiny. The city transformed. What had once been ordinary intersections now bore the weight of history. Makeshift altars appeared on street corners, statues of the Virgin Mary lifted above the crowd. Priests raised their hands not in blessing alone but in defiance of violence. Nuns knelt in front of armored vehicles, their rosaries dangling like fragile chains against steel. And the soldiers, faced with this strange, unarmed army, hesitated. For how do you fire upon a people who meet you not with bullets, but with flowers? The days stretched into nights, and the nights into days again. Bonfires flickered on the sidewalks, casting long shadows against walls lined with graffiti demanding change. Radio Veritas, the Catholic-run station, broadcast continuously, its static-filled voice a lifeline for the people. In every home with a radio, families huddled close, listening for news, waiting for the moment when the fragile standoff might collapse into bloodshed. The nation's pulse was carried not by drums of war, but by the crackling rhythm of those broadcasts. And yet, no massacre came. Each hour that passed without violence felt like a miracle, a defiance of the logic of tyranny. Marcos still sat in his palace, insisting on his legitimacy, ordering attacks that were not obeyed. His words, once law, now echoed hollowly in rooms that had grown too quiet. The generals hesitated. The soldiers faltered. The people sang louder. Still, the atmosphere was eerie. At any moment, it could have ended differently. The specter of violence hovered above every gathering, an invisible blade suspended by a thread. Each cheer from the crowd, each prayer shouted into the night, was colored by the awareness that it could be silenced in blood. Parents carried their children not only with pride, but with trembling hands, uncertain whether dawn would bring liberation or morning. History teetered on a knife's edge. But there is power in numbers, and greater power still in a people who have shed their fear. Manila's streets glowed with a strange light, not only from candles, but from something harder to name. It was the glow of awakening, of solidarity, of a people who realized, perhaps for the first time in decades, that sovereignty was theirs to reclaim. It was a light that unsettled, that haunted, that seemed almost unearthly in its persistence. As February's days unfolded, the fires in the cities burned brighter, not fires of destruction, but of presence, of human will. Manila was the heart, but Cebu, Davao, and countless towns echoed with their own protests, their own vigils. Across the archipelago, a single refrain rose: enough. Enough of fear, enough of silence, enough of shadows. And so the city stood aflame, not with violence, but with voices, with courage, with the intangible fire that comes when ordinary men and women realize they are not alone. It was a fire no dictator could extinguish, a fire that spread faster than propaganda, brighter than lies. The Philippines was burning, but it was a cleansing burn, a fire that would leave ashes from which something new might rise. And though the outcome was not yet certain, though the threat of violence still loomed like a storm on the horizon, the people carried their flames into the night, determined to see them burn until the dawn. The nights along EDSA deepened, and yet the streets did not empty. Instead, they thickened with bodies, with candles, with voices that would not be silenced. Manila became an encampment of hope, an improvised sanctuary where strangers leaned against one another for warmth, where the weary passed bread and water to the hungrier than themselves, where the sound of prayers blended with the hum of radios and the occasional roar of a distant engine. It was a city suspended between dread and deliverance. Every hour brought rumors. Marcos would strike at dawn, the military would move tonight, helicopters had lifted off, tanks were rolling. And yet dawn after dawn broke, and still the people remained, their shadows long upon the asphalt, their songs carrying across the boulevards. It was as though the revolution itself was testing the endurance of a people, asking, "Will you stay when the fear thickens? Will you stand when the guns approach?" And they did. Parents carried their children into the throngs, teaching them that history is not learned only in books but lived in bodies pressed together in defiance. Elderly men and women arrived with canes, their steps slow but their spirits unyielding. Students, whose futures had been mortgaged by decades of corruption, led chants that rolled like waves across the avenues. Soldiers stood uncertain, their hands trembling on their rifles as the crowd offered them flowers, food, and forgiveness before a shot had even been fired. There was an eeriness in the air, the sense of being balanced on the edge of catastrophe. Helicopters flew low, their blades slicing the night, but the people did not scatter. Tanks rumbled forward, their engines growling against the asphalt, but instead of running, the crowd knelt. Nuns in white habits spread their arms wide, rosaries dangling against cold steel. Children lifted candles higher. And in those moments, the most heavily armed military in Southeast Asia faltered, not because it lacked weapons, but because it lacked the will to massacre a nation that had decided to love even in the face of bullets. The fires in the cities were not the fires of destruction, but of devotion. Bonfires burned at intersections, illuminating banners painted with slogans of defiance. Altars of makeshift wood held statues of saints gazing down on the multitudes. Hymns floated into the night air, their notes trembling but unbroken. Every flame, every song, every whispered prayer became both shield and sword, repelling fear and piercing the armor of tyranny. Inside Malacanang Palace, Marcos remained defiant. Surrounded by loyalists, he declared himself still president, still ruler, still unshaken. Television cameras were summoned, speeches drafted, declarations made. But even as he clung to his throne, the walls around him seemed to grow narrower, the halls darker. His words traveled less far than the songs rising from the streets. The power he had wielded like a weapon now slipped through his fingers like smoke. Ninoy Aquino, in contrast, moved quietly among the people. She prayed in churches, addressed rallies with words both firm and gentle. She carried no sword, commanded no army, but her presence steadied the multitude. She was not a general but a beacon, not a ruler but a reminder of what freedom might look like when clothed in humility. The people did not gather only for her, they gathered for themselves, but in her, they saw their courage reflected, magnified, sanctified. For 4 days the cities burned with this strange fire. For 4 days the world watched as a dictator faced not bombs or barricades but the quiet, unarmed defiance of millions. Foreign journalists broadcast images that seemed almost unreal, children perched atop tanks, priests holding mass in the middle of highways, soldiers embracing civilians instead of arresting them. It was not the Philippines alone that was transformed, the world itself paused to witness a revolution that was not a war but a vigil. And yet the danger never vanished. Each night carried the possibility that the illusion of restraint would shatter, that someone, somewhere, would give the order that turned prayer into massacre. That it never came felt less like mercy and more like fate bending under the sheer weight of human will. Perhaps the soldiers themselves, sons of the same soil as those kneeling before them, refused to obey. Perhaps Marcos, calculating even in desperation, feared the judgment of the watching world. Or perhaps something older, deeper, more unnameable was at work, the spirit of a people long bent, now unbreakable. On the 4th day, the end came not with an explosion, but with a retreat. Marcos, still clad in his finery, still proclaiming his presidency, boarded helicopters that lifted into the Manila sky. The blades churned the air, scattering dust and leaves, carrying him not to another palace, but into exile. The dictator who had ruled for 2 decades left his throne not with triumph, but with the silence of defeat pressed into his back by the voices of millions. And the people, those countless thousands who had filled the avenues, who had carried candles into the dark, who had knelt before tanks and sung in the face of death, they erupted not in violence, but in jubilation. Bells rang across the cities, fireworks burst above rooftops, tears streamed down faces lit by both bonfires and dawn. The fires in the cities became celebrations, not of victory alone, but of survival, of solidarity, of a truth long suppressed now spoken aloud, that power does not reside in palaces or armies, but in the people who consent to be governed. Yet even in triumph, the atmosphere carried its strangeness. Victory was fragile, almost dreamlike. The dictator was gone, but his shadow lingered. The streets, though filled with joy, also carried exhaustion, grief for the years lost, unease for the future ahead. For revolutions do not end with departures, they merely open new chapters, new uncertainties. The fires that had burned so brightly risked fading into embers once more if not tended with vigilance. Still, for that moment, the Philippines stood illuminated. In Manila, Cebu, Davao, in towns across the islands, the people looked at one another with new eyes. Strangers who had knelt together before tanks, who had sung together through the night, now embraced as kin. The line between the ordinary and the extraordinary had dissolved, and in its place stood a revelation, that even in the face of overwhelming power, a people united can become ungovernable by fear. The fires in the cities slowly dimmed as the days wore on, the crowds dispersing, the soldiers returning to barracks, the streets once again carrying traffic and commerce. But something remained behind, smoldering in the hearts of those who had stood there. A memory, a conviction, a promise whispered to themselves and their children, never again. The revolution had not been an accident, nor a miracle alone. It had been the culmination of years of silence breaking, of shadows gathering into shape, of grief transforming into resolve. It had been built by countless unseen acts, by the mother who lit a candle, by the student who carried a leaflet, by the worker who whispered truth at risk of arrest, by the priest who dared to preach. It had been a fire that spread not by violence but by courage, consuming fear until nothing remained but the light of solidarity. And though Marcos was gone, though the cities no longer burned, the memory of those days lingered like smoke in the air, unsettling, inescapable, eternal. The Philippines had crossed a threshold, and nothing would ever be the same. The cities, those restless, wounded, crowded spaces, had become the crucible of transformation. Their fires had lit not only the nation, but the world, showing that there are revolutions which do not devour but illuminate, which do not destroy but awaken. And yet, as with all fires, the question remained, what would be built in the ashes? What would rise in the glow of that extraordinary dawn? The answer would come in time, with struggles yet to be faced, with disappointments and betrayals yet to unfold. But in those nights, in those days, in the strange, beautiful, eerie glow of the cities aflame with humanity, one truth burned clear, that power, once thought unassailable, can be undone not by armies, but by the gathering of the unarmed, the unyielding, the awake. The fires in the cities had revealed it. And the world would never forget. When the helicopters lifted Marcos and his family away from Malacanang, the sound of their blades cut through the humid Manila night like an omen. For 20 years, those halls had echoed with commands, decrees, and whispered conspiracies. Now, in the span of minutes, they became hollow. The dictator's presence evaporated not with the grandeur of conquest, but with the uneasy silence of abandonment. The people celebrated, yes. Bells rang from churches that had long tolled for funerals and dirges of mourning, now they pealed with joy. Fireworks spattered the skies. Strangers clasped one another's hands and declared that the nightmare was finished. Yet beneath that celebration lay a tremor, a quiet recognition that the fall of one man did not erase the machinery he had built, nor the shadows he had cast across the nation. Manila the morning after was a city of contrasts. On one boulevard, children splashed in puddles left by a night's rain, their laughter cutting through the smoky air. On another, soldiers stood at uneasy attention, not sure whether to salute the new order or wait for another command. Markets opened hesitantly, their vendors whispering about rumors. Was Marcos gone for good? Would the Americans send him back? Had the generals really switched sides, or were they biding their time? In the churches, masses of thanksgiving swelled, voices raised in gratitude. But in the alleyways, widows of the disappeared still wept for husbands who would never come home. In the slums, families still gathered scraps of rice, their hunger unchanged. The dictatorship had ended, but poverty remained a tyrant more enduring than any president. Ninoy Aquino, now sworn into office, bore the weight of this paradox. She had not sought the mantle of leadership with the hunger of ambition, but with the burden of responsibility pressed upon her by history itself. To her supporters, she was the mother of democracy, the symbol of renewal. To her critics, she was inexperienced, untested, a candle flame set against the raging storms of politics. She stood at the palace gates not as conqueror but as caretaker, her voice calm but her shoulders heavy. The silence after the storm was not peace, it was uncertainty. Power abhors a vacuum, and the vacuum left by Marcos's departure became a battlefield of whispers. The military, fractured by loyalty and resentment, watched with suspicion. The old elites, some of whom had prospered under the dictatorship, adjusted their alliances. Ordinary citizens, long deprived of participation, found themselves both exhilarated and bewildered. They had toppled a tyrant, but what did democracy mean beyond the streets filled with candles? The city itself seemed to breathe differently. EDSA, once a battleground of prayers and tanks, was now littered with wilted flowers and wax from melted candles. The asphalt carried the footprints of millions, but now it stood empty, haunted by the memory of a crowd that had turned into a force greater than any army. The highways seemed wider, quieter, almost waiting. In the provinces, the news spread slower, carried by radio waves that crackled with static. Farmers paused in their fields, listening as voices declared the dawn of a new era. Fishermen along the coasts lifted their nets, squinting at the horizon, wondering if the seas would be kinder now. In villages where electricity was scarce, the news arrived as rumor: Marcos has fled. Cory is president. The world has changed. And yet, the world felt unchanged. Soldiers still patrolled. Bureaucrats still shuffled papers in government offices. Judges who had once signed decrees of repression still occupied their benches. The edifice of dictatorship had not crumbled overnight, only its figurehead had vanished. The machinery remained, humming with inertia, its gears resistant to sudden reversal. For many, the revolution became a story retold in hushed reverence. Parents recounted to their children how they had stood on highways, unarmed but unafraid. Priests described masses held under the shadow of helicopters. None spoke of kneeling before tanks, their habits stained with oil and dust. And the children listened wide-eyed, as though hearing of miracles. Yet as the days turned into weeks, those stories began to fade under the weight of daily life. Bread still had to be earned, debts repaid, wounds tended. Cory's government faced demands from all sides. Some urged swift vengeance, prosecute the Marcos family, seize their wealth, purge the government of loyalists. Others counseled caution, warning that the military might splinter further if humiliated, that chaos might invite another coup. Between these extremes, Cory stood with her rosary in hand, her voice firm but restrained. She promised justice, but tempered it with forgiveness. She promised reform, but balanced it with survival. Forgiveness itself carried an eerie weight. Could a nation forgive the thousands who had been tortured? Could a widow forgive the unseen men who had taken her husband in the night? Could forgiveness heal, or did it merely cover wounds still festering beneath the skin? These questions hung in the air, unanswered, even as the official language of reconciliation was spoken in speeches and sermons. For those who had suffered most deeply, the silence after the storm felt like betrayal. They had marched not for vague abstractions, but for the return of sons, the discovery of bodies, the end of impunity. Yet as the new government sought stability, many of their cries were met with caution rather than resolution. The fires of EDSA had burned bright, but now the glow dimmed, leaving shadows where justice might have been expected. And in those shadows, unease grew. Mutinous whispers stirred among restless officers. Marcos loyalists, though scattered, still dreamed of return. Foreign powers, smiling in public, maneuvered in private to safeguard their interests. The nation had torn open its future, but in the tearing lay both possibility and peril. The silence after the storm was not the end. It was the threshold. The weeks after February 1986 unfolded like a strange dream, one in which celebration and suspicion walked hand in hand. Streets once filled with chants now filled with campaign posters as elections were promised. Old political families returned from exile, their names once cursed, now painted again on banners. The people who had fought for change found themselves watching familiar faces reoccupy old seats of power, as though the wheel of history had turned but not moved. Still, there were undeniable signs of renewal. Newspapers once censored now published freely, their headlines brimming with boldness. Radio stations aired opinions once whispered. Protesters marched without fear of immediate arrest. In plazas and public squares, debates broke out, sometimes chaotic, sometimes hopeful. Democracy, fragile and flawed, had returned. Yet democracy is not a song sung once. It must be practiced daily, and in its infancy, it stumbled. Corruption did not vanish overnight, it merely shifted forms. Inequality did not dissolve, it persisted in shantytowns and haciendas alike. The oligarchs, once bent under Marcos's favor, now stretched their limbs and reasserted their dominance. The poor, who had risked the most, continued to suffer the most. The silence after the storm was filled with the same old struggles, merely clothed in new rhetoric. But to dwell only on disappointment would be to miss the strangeness of that moment. For though the machinery of inequality endured, the people themselves had changed. They had seen themselves topple a dictator without violence. They had tasted the possibility that unity could alter destiny. And though their daily burdens remained heavy, some part of their spirits stood taller, less willing to bow. In the haunted corridors of Malacanang, staff whispered of ghosts. The palace, once a fortress of power, now felt like a mausoleum of illusions. Servants claimed to hear footsteps in empty rooms, echoes of the man who had fled but had not quite vanished. Some said his presence lingered in the furniture, the portraits, the very air, a reminder that history does not depart cleanly, but clings like smoke. Perhaps it was not ghosts but memory that haunted those walls. For every decision made in those rooms would forever be weighed against the memory of the tyrant who had once ruled them. Ninoy Aquino sat at his desk, yes, but she was never alone. Marcos's shadow stretched behind her, shaping every act, every hesitation, every compromise. Outside, the people returned to their lives, but the memory of EDSA lay just beneath the surface. Candles were stored away, rosaries returned to drawers, but at every rumor of unrest, at every whisper of coup or corruption, those memories flared again. The people remembered what they had done, what they were capable of doing. And that memory itself became a quiet force, invisible yet unignorable. The silence after the storm was not empty, it was pregnant. It carried within it the echoes of triumph, the wounds of betrayal, the uncertainty of what lay ahead. It was a silence that could either be filled with renewal or consumed by relapse. The nation stood at a crossroads, its path shrouded, its choices unclear. For revolutions, history reminds us, are not measured only by their victories. They are measured by what comes after, the rebuilding, the reckoning, the relentless, often unglamorous labor of shaping something better from the ruins of the past. And in the Philippines of 1986, that labor was just beginning, tentative, fragile, uncertain, but alive. The fires of EDSA had gone out, but the embers remained, glowing faintly in the silence. The days following the fall of the dictatorship unfolded with the deceptive gentleness of dawn. The crowds dispersed from EDSA, leaving behind wax drippings on pavement and banners fluttering in the humid air. For the first time in years, the city seemed to exhale, its breath carrying both relief and hesitation. Manila's avenues, once battlegrounds of prayer and defiance, returned to the chaos of jeepneys and vendors, as though history itself had folded into routine. But just beneath the surface of that normalcy lay a tension, like the stillness that follows a typhoon, when the sea is calm yet treacherous, concealing the aftershocks of the storm. The silence was not peace, it was suspension. The dictator was gone, but his presence lingered like a shadow cast across the archipelago. Marcos had fled, yet his face still stared from portraits in forgotten offices, his name carved into plaques, his influence woven through the very structures of government. The revolution had driven him from the palace, but it had not dismantled the network of privilege, loyalty, and corruption that had thrived under him. And so the people celebrated, yes, but they also waited, uncertain of what would rise from the rubble. Ninoy Aquino's new government became both beacon and target. She stood as the chosen symbol of the revolution, but symbols are fragile, easily cracked by the weight of expectation. Around her swirled a storm of demands: dismantle the dictatorship's institutions, return the wealth stolen by the Marcos family, free the political prisoners, reform the military, rewrite the constitution. Every demand was urgent, every demand carried by voices convinced they had earned the right to be heard. For had they not knelt before tanks, lit candles against rifles, sung hymns against fear? Yet Ninoy was bound by the precariousness of her position. The military had fractured, some loyal, some hesitant, some still restless. The generals had abandoned Marcos not out of love for democracy, but out of survival, calculation, ambition. Their loyalty to her was conditional, brittle, easily withdrawn. She governed with their eyes upon her, their weapons only a command away. To move too boldly risked a coup. To move too cautiously risked betrayal of the very people who had raised her into power. The silence after the storm carried with it an unease that settled in homes, in offices, in whispered conversations. Would Marcos return? Rumors spread of his wealth, his connections, his lingering power. Would the Americans, who had sheltered him, turn against the fragile democracy if it strayed from their interests? Would the military, impatient with civilian hesitation, reclaim its dominance? Questions hung in the air, unanswered, and each answer seemed to carry danger. For ordinary Filipinos, life marched on with strange duality. In the markets, vendors displayed their goods beneath banners celebrating freedom. In schools, teachers spoke cautiously of democracy, their voices betraying both excitement and fatigue. Families still queued for water, still endured brownouts, still calculated how far rice would stretch for the week. The revolution had toppled a tyrant, but it had not toppled hunger, nor rent, nor the daily battle for survival. And yet, even amidst these hardships, there was a different quality to their steps, a different spark in their conversations. They had seen themselves capable of unseating power. That knowledge alone reshaped their relationship to authority. The silence was not empty, it was watchful. It was as though the entire archipelago was waiting to see whether the sacrifice of February would bloom or wither. For revolutions, though swift in their climax, are slow in their unfolding. They are not only the act of toppling, but the work of remaking. And remaking requires not just courage, but patience, endurance, and the ability to confront disappointments without surrendering hope. But disappointment came quickly. The new government, seeking to balance competing forces, compromised in ways that stung. Some Marcos loyalists found their way back into public life, their sins unpunished. The military, restless and emboldened, muttered of interventions and staged coup attempts in shadows. The oligarchs, long stifled under Marcos's centralization, re-emerged with vigor, reclaiming their estates and seats of influence. For many of the poor, who had risked their lives in the crowds, the promise of a better tomorrow seemed to recede, replaced by the persistence of the old order. This, too, was part of the silence after the storm, the realization that revolutions do not sweep the slate clean. They alter, they disrupt, they inspire, but they also reveal how much remains unchanged. And that realization carried with it a kind of haunting, as though the people were walking through a dream where freedom had been won, but its substance remained elusive. Still, memory itself became a weapon. The memory of EDSA, of those days when millions stood unarmed against power, became the silent guardrail against relapse. Each coup attempt was met with the invocation of that memory: we have done this before. We can do it again. Each whisper of dictatorship's return was answered by the echo of candles in the dark. The people had glimpsed their own strength, and though fatigue dulled its edge, it could not erase it. At night, the streets told their own story. Jeepneys rattled past billboards declaring a new dawn, while children slept in cardboard shelters by the roadside. The neon lights of Makati glowed with wealth, while slums nearby drowned in floodwater. The revolution had promised democracy, but democracy had yet to reach the alleys where survival was measured in meals skipped. In those places, silence felt less like peace and more like abandonment. And yet, hope clung stubbornly. In chapels lit by weak bulbs, prayers of thanksgiving still mingled with prayers for justice. In universities, students debated reforms with a fervor their parents had once whispered in fear. In the provinces, peasants organized cooperatives, emboldened by the idea that the government could be questioned, even challenged. Small, fragile acts of democracy unfolded daily, barely noticed in headlines, but significant in their quiet persistence. It was in these acts, perhaps more than in the halls of power, that the revolution truly lived. For the silence after the storm was not merely the space left by Marcos's departure, it was the opportunity for something else to grow. What grew was uneven, fragile, contested, but it grew nonetheless. History, however, is rarely content with peace. The silence carried within it the seeds of future unrest. The coups that would rattle the Aquino administration, the struggles over land reform, the clashes with insurgencies, all of these were foreshadowed in that silence. Like cracks forming beneath the surface of a wall, invisible to the eye but inevitable in their spread, the fractures of the new order were already present, waiting for the right moment to widen. But for the people who had filled the streets, the silence also held something sacred. It was the echo of their triumph, the echo of the nights when they had sung against fear, the echo of a dictator's fall without a shot fired in anger. That echo remained alive, even when justice seemed deferred, even when inequality persisted. It was an inheritance passed down like a secret, a reminder of what they were capable of when they stood together. The silence after the storm was thus neither victory nor defeat. It was the liminal space in which nations remake themselves, or fail to. It was filled with contradictions, joy and sorrow, hope and betrayal, peace and danger. It was the sound of history pausing, breathing, considering its next step. And perhaps it was meant to be unsettling. For revolutions are not fairy tales, they do not end with happily ever after. They end with silence, the silence of absence, of possibility, of uncertainty. It is in that silence that nations discover whether they have truly changed, or whether they have merely shifted the mask upon the same old face. For the Philippines, in 1986, the silence stretched long. And in that silence, the embers of EDSA smoldered, awaiting the breath that might fan them into flame again. The story of a revolution is never confined to the moment of its triumph. The dictator flees, the crowds rejoice, the bells ring, and then comes the long shadow of unfinished business. The silence after the storm, as we have seen, is not an end but a beginning. Yet beginnings are fragile things. They are haunted by what has not been resolved, what has not been dismantled, what lingers beneath the surface like embers buried under ash. By the middle of 1986, the People Power revolution was already becoming memory. Newspapers called it a miracle, foreign governments praised it as a model, the world marveled at a dictatorship toppled without mass bloodshed. But for many Filipinos, the miracle was complicated. Yes, the tyrant had fallen. Yes, freedom of the press had returned, elections were promised, and fear no longer smothered every whisper. And yet, why was food still scarce? Why did the generals still strut in uniform, their loyalty uncertain? Why were landlords still untouchable while peasants bent their backs in the same fields, under the same sun? The revolution had raised the curtain on democracy, but the stage itself was unchanged. The structures of inequality stood intact, and those who had suffered most under dictatorship waited for deliverance that did not arrive. Farmers who had dreamed of land redistribution found instead more bureaucracy. Workers who had marched with their unions discovered that employers still wielded power like a whip. Mothers who had carried portraits of their disappeared sons were told to be patient, that justice takes time. The unfinished business of EDSA loomed over the archipelago, unsettling and inescapable. Ninoy Aquino, though revered as a saintly figure, was hemmed in on all sides. Her power was circumscribed by fragile alliances, with the Catholic Church that had sanctified the revolution, with the generals who had defected at the last moment, with the elites who had supported Marcos until it became inconvenient. She wanted reform, but reform required breaking the very bonds that held her administration together. And so she walked carefully, too carefully for some, balancing survival with principle. This balance bred unease. The left, which had fought Marcos in the jungles and in the streets, accused her of betrayal. The right, fearful of communist influence, accused her of weakness. The military, restless and divided, accused her of naivete. To be loved by the people and distrusted by the powerful was her paradox. To lead was to tread a path lined with knives, every step a negotiation between hope and danger. And so the echo of unfinished struggles rang through the air. It rang in the fields of Hacienda Luisita, the Aquino family estate, where peasants demanded land reform and were met with delays. It rang in the alleys of Manila, where squatters built shanties beneath billboards of democracy, only to be demolished by police enforcing property rights. It rang in the mountains of Mindanao and the Visayas, where insurgents, both communist and separatist, continued their fight, convinced that true change could not come through ballots but through rifles. The echoes reached the very heart of Malacanang itself. The palace that Marcos had abandoned became the stage for new debates, new tensions. Its walls, once steeped in fear, now heard the language of reform, but also of hesitation. Ministers argued over economic policy, over foreign debt, over whether to prosecute the Marcos family. Some pushed for bold steps, others counseled restraint. The palace was no longer the lair of a tyrant, but it was not yet the home of a stable democracy. In the streets, people began to wonder, was this what they had marched for? They had risked their lives before tanks, believing that by ousting Marcos they were opening a new dawn. Yet the dawn was dim, its light filtered through the same clouds of inequality, corruption, and unrest. Perhaps this was why the revolution never ended cleanly, because it had not addressed the roots, only the branches. The echoes of unfinished struggles were not only political, they were personal. Families who had lost loved ones to torture and disappearances searched archives, chased rumors, begged for answers. For them, the dictator's departure was not closure. It was a cruel reminder that justice was still denied. How could they celebrate democracy when bones lay in unmarked graves, when torturers walked freely in daylight, when truth itself was buried under the rhetoric of reconciliation? Their grief became a ghost that haunted the nation, whispering that freedom without accountability is only a half-truth. Even the military, the very institution that had turned against Marcos, remained restless. Officers who had defected expected rewards, recognition, power. When these did not come quickly enough, they muttered of coups. And coups did come, plots whispered in barracks, helicopters circling in defiance, rebels storming television stations. Cory survived them, but each attempt was a reminder that the new order was fragile, that democracy's foundation was still cracked. The economy, too, carried its own echoes. Marcos had left behind debt so vast it chained the nation's future. To service it meant austerity, and austerity meant sacrifice. The poor bore this sacrifice most heavily, their daily lives unchanged by the promises of freedom. Revolution had toppled the dictator, but it had not toppled hunger. And hunger, more than politics, became the measure of disappointment. Yet amid this turbulence, something else was taking root. The unfinished struggles did not extinguish the fire of the people, they transformed it. Farmers continued to march for land reform. Workers continued to organize. Students continued to demand accountability. Priests and nuns continued to preach against injustice. The revolution, though incomplete, had awakened a spirit that refused to be silenced again. It had taught people that power was not a mystery locked in palaces, it was a force they themselves could summon. This was the paradox of EDSA, it was both miracle and warning. A miracle, because it had shown the world that millions unarmed could topple a tyrant. A warning, because it had revealed how deep the roots of injustice ran, how difficult true change would be. The echoes of unfinished struggles were reminders that revolutions are not lightning strikes, but long storms, slow, relentless, unending in their demand for vigilance. As the year wore on, the Philippines settled uneasily into its new identity. The dictator was gone, but his ghost lingered. Democracy had returned, but it was fragile, easily bruised. The people were freer, but also hungrier, more restless. The unfinished business of EDSA echoed in every disappointment, every unkept promise, every unhealed wound. And yet, beneath the disappointment, beneath the unrest, lay something enduring. The memory of those 4 days in February, when the people had stood as one, remained a talisman. It reminded them, and the world, that even unfinished revolutions can alter destiny. That even when change feels incomplete, it still plants seeds that may bloom in seasons yet to come. The echoes of unfinished struggles would not vanish. They would accompany the Philippines into the years ahead, sometimes as whispers, sometimes as shouts, sometimes as the eerie silence of a people waiting once again to rise. For history does not end with the toppling of tyrants, it only pauses, breathes, and prepares for what comes next. And so the Philippines stood, in 1986 and beyond, at the threshold of possibility and disappointment alike. The echoes of unfinished struggles were not signs of failure, but reminders that the journey begun on EDSA was far from complete, that the fires lit there must be carried forward, that freedom itself is never given but must be guarded, renewed, fought for, again and again. The years after the miracle of EDSA felt like a long twilight, neither the darkness of dictatorship nor the full dawn of renewal, but a liminal space, a waiting. In this waiting, the people found themselves listening, as if the land itself was whispering. And what it whispered was not only victory, but unease, as though the revolution had left open doors that could not easily be closed. Everywhere, there were signs of unfinished business. In the northern plains of central Luzon, the haciendas stretched wide under the searing sun, their boundaries drawn by centuries of privilege. Here, farmers spoke of promises, of the long-awaited agrarian reform law that Ninoy Aquino would sign. But they also spoke of delays, exemptions, loopholes, land that remained in the hands of the few, while the many bent their backs over soil they did not own. Land reform became not liberation, but frustration. The faces of farmers hardened as they realized that the revolution had toppled a man, but not the system that bound them. In the South, the echoes took on another form. In Mindanao, armed struggle had not ceased. The Moro people, long marginalized, long dispossessed, regarded the new government with suspicion. Peace talks began, but distrust hung heavy in the air. For them, democracy in Manila was distant, abstract, almost irrelevant to their lived reality of poverty and displacement. In their camps, they murmured, "What difference does it make if Marcos has gone, if the same injustices remain?" Their question lingered like a wound no negotiation could close. The communist insurgency, too, did not fade. If anything, it hardened. For the left, EDSA had been both triumph and betrayal. They had fought Marcos relentlessly, organizing peasants, workers, students, carrying rifles in the hills. But when the moment of victory came, they were excluded, sidelined by a revolution embraced by the church, the middle class, and the military defectors. They looked upon Cory's government as a half-measure, a democracy that preserved elite dominance. And so they pressed on, convinced that the only true revolution would be theirs. The jungle became their parliament, their rifles, their ballot. Even within the military, the echoes resounded in dangerous ways. Marcos had left behind an armed institution deeply divided, fractured between loyalty and ambition. Some officers had risked everything in defecting to the side of the people, others had merely shifted allegiance at the last possible moment. Many felt entitled to shape the new order. When they were not rewarded with power, bitterness festered. Out of that bitterness came plots and uprisings. The new democracy was fragile, punctuated by the rumble of armored vehicles and the shadow of helicopters in the sky. The people who had once linked arms against tanks now wondered, would they be called upon again, this time against those who had once stood with them? The streets of Manila told their own story. Vendors returned to selling newspapers on sidewalks, their headlines shouting of democracy, of freedom, of change. Yet in the slums, little changed. Children still scavenged in garbage dumps, their small hands blackened with soot. Families still lived in makeshift shacks, roofs of corrugated iron rattling in the monsoon rains. They had marched in February believing that a new life awaited them, but hunger was not toppled at EDSA. Hunger remained, a dictator no revolution could easily unseat. In quiet offices, intellectuals debated the meaning of people power. Was it a genuine revolution? Or merely a transfer of power between elites, with the people as backdrop? They wrote essays, convened conferences, produced books. Some praised the bloodless transition as proof of Filipino unity, others lamented its limitations. The question itself became an echo, returning again and again, never resolved. Was EDSA the beginning of true change, or a pause before history resumed its old patterns? For the families of the disappeared, the echoes were even sharper. They gathered in church basements, clutching photographs of their sons, daughters, husbands, wives, faces forever frozen in youth, never found. They asked the new government for answers, for accountability. But the files of the Marcos regime were scattered, hidden, destroyed. And those who had done the torturing often remained in uniform, their crimes unpunished. These families lit candles in vigils, praying for justice. But the prayers felt unanswered, drifting into the same silence that had swallowed their loved ones. Their grief was a reminder that memory itself could be stolen. Ninoy Aquino, standing at the center of these forces, became a symbol more than a sovereign. Gentle, pious, determined, she embodied the moral victory of EDSA. Yet symbols do not always wield power. She faced not only Marcos's legacy, but also the impatience of her own people, the maneuvering of her allies, the plotting of her enemies. To govern after a revolution is to walk a path strewn with betrayals, and every step left her more exposed. Some adored her as the mother of democracy. Others dismissed her as too soft, too beholden to the elites. She was a vessel for hope and disappointment alike. Meanwhile, the Marcos family had not vanished. From exile in Hawaii, Ferdinand and Imelda plotted their return. They remained unrepentant, speaking of their years in power not as tyranny but as discipline, as progress. Their wealth, looted from the nation, cushioned them against exile's discomfort. They waited, knowing that history is never final, that memory is fragile, that in politics even the fallen can rise again. Their shadow stretched across the Pacific, an unsettling reminder that the revolution's enemies were not defeated, only displaced. And in the hearts of ordinary Filipinos, the echoes took on an almost mystical quality. They remembered standing on EDSA, praying rosaries, singing hymns, handing flowers to soldiers. They remembered the fear and the triumph, the tanks that halted, the dictator's flight. But memory has a way of softening edges. With time, the revolution became legend, its contradictions blurred. People spoke of it as miracle, forgetting its incompleteness. They remembered the light, less the shadows. Yet in those shadows lay the truth, that the revolution had ended one nightmare but not the conditions that had given birth to it. The echoes of unfinished struggles persisted because revolutions are never clean. They are ruptures in history, moments when the veil is torn, but the old world does not vanish overnight. It lingers, adapts, hides itself in new disguises. The Philippines in the years after EDSA was caught between rupture and continuity, between what had been destroyed and what remained. That tension defined its destiny. And so the people waited. Waited for reforms that came slowly, if at all. Waited for justice that seemed perpetually deferred. Waited for leaders who could embody the promise of EDSA, yet found instead leaders compromised by ambition or alliance. Waiting became the national mood, heavy as humidity, stretching across the archipelago like mist. But even in waiting, there was resilience. The memory of EDSA, though romanticized, gave courage. People knew, now, that they could act, that history could be broken open by their hands. This knowledge was unsettling to the powerful, for it meant that legitimacy no longer flowed only from titles or guns, but from the crowd. That knowledge could not be undone. The echoes of unfinished struggles are, in truth, the heartbeat of democracy itself. They remind us that freedom is never a finished project, that justice is never finally secured, that vigilance is the price of hope. For the Philippines, the echoes were both burden and blessing. Burden, because they revealed how incomplete the revolution had been. Blessing, because they ensured that the revolution's spirit would not fade into silence. As the decade wore on, coups would rise and fall, insurgencies would continue, poverty would persist. The revolution's promises would remain contested, its meaning endlessly debated. Yet through it all, the memory of February 1986 remained, like a faint light flickering in the distance, imperfect, unfinished, but undeniable. And so, the Philippines walked onward, carrying the weight of both triumph and incompleteness. The echoes followed everywhere, into fields, into factories, into shantytowns and schools, into the halls of power and the streets of protest. They reminded the nation that the struggle for justice was not over, that the revolution had been a beginning, not an end. For revolutions are not measured only by the tyrants they overthrow. They are measured by the worlds they create afterward. And the world after EDSA was not yet the one the people had dreamed of. But perhaps, in its unfinished nature, it contained a deeper lesson, that freedom is not a gift given once, but a task demanded always. The echoes of unfinished struggles remain even now. They ripple through time, unsettling, haunting, urging us not to forget. For the past is never past. It is the ground we walk on, the air we breathe, the silence that surrounds us when the cheering has faded, and only the long work of building remains. The triumph of EDSA had felt like morning breaking over a long night. The streets had been filled with hymns, with flowers pressed into the barrels of rifles, with tears of joy rolling down faces that had for years known only fear. But morning light, no matter how bright, does not erase the scars of darkness. It only casts them into sharper relief. And as the euphoria subsided, as life in the Philippines sought to resume its rhythms, the nation discovered that shadows lingered even under the radiance of freedom. In Malacanang, the once feared palace of Marcos, Ninoy Aquino sat as president, not with the aura of conquest, but with the quiet grace of a widow turned symbol. Around her swirled the pressures of expectation. She was to restore democracy, deliver justice, reform land, end corruption, quiet insurgencies, and heal divisions, all at once. She had inherited not only the seat of power, but also its burdens, its dangers, its betrayals. And above all, she had inherited the unfinished business of a revolution that had toppled a man but not yet remade a system. The first shadow was the military. For decades, Marcos had cultivated the armed forces, swelling its ranks, binding its loyalty to him through favors, promotions, and shared complicity. He had turned it from a professional institution into a political instrument. And though he was gone, the habits he had instilled remained. Cory had risen to power not by the force of arms, but by the force of people, yet the very soldiers who had defected in her favor now expected a say in the running of the state. Some saw themselves as guardians of the revolution, others as arbiters of who should rule. Behind their salutes lurked ambition. The coup attempts began almost immediately. Rumors whispered through barracks, plans were hatched in secret meetings, armored vehicles rumbled out of bases at midnight. The city would wake to find tanks on the streets, helicopters circling overhead, soldiers digging in near key installations. Each time, civilians rushed once more into the avenues, forming human shields as they had during EDSA. Each time, prayers mingled with fear. Democracy, so newly born, felt perpetually at risk of strangulation. Cory endured at least half a dozen serious coup attempts, each one a reminder that the military's loyalty was fractured, conditional, fragile. The second shadow was land. In the countryside, the agrarian question burned with an intensity that no peaceful transition could extinguish. Farmers had joined the protests believing that EDSA would bring them land at last, that centuries of feudal bondage would end. Instead, they found themselves waiting again, waiting for laws debated endlessly, for reforms delayed, for exemptions that favored the wealthy. When Cory's own family estate, Hacienda Luisita, became a symbol of the limits of reform, disillusionment spread like a plague. In the fields of central Luzon, protests erupted, met by gunfire. The land reform law passed, but riddled with loopholes, it delivered little. Farmers carried their grief and rage into the streets, shouting that democracy without bread, without land, was a hollow victory. The third shadow was poverty. In the slums of Manila, in the fishing villages of Visayas, in the uplands of Mindanao, life changed little. Children still went to bed hungry, scavenging in garbage dumps for scraps of food, their bellies bloated not from fullness but from malnutrition. Mothers still wept over sick infants who could not reach a hospital. Fathers still queued endlessly for work that paid almost nothing. For the poor, EDSA was both miracle and mirage, a promise glimpsed but not grasped, a dawn that seemed always just beyond reach. The rhetoric of democracy felt thin against the gnawing emptiness of daily survival. The fourth shadow was rebellion. The communist insurgency, emboldened by its long struggle against Marcos, refused to lay down arms. They declared that the revolution of EDSA was incomplete, that it had merely replaced one elite with another. Negotiations opened between the government and the National Democratic Front, but mistrust choked the talks. Ceasefires collapsed, battles resumed. In the jungles, guerrillas continued their campaigns, convinced that only armed struggle could bring true equality. In the South, the moral resistance smoldered as well, demanding self-determination. Peace remained elusive, always deferred. And woven through all these shadows was the ghost of Marcos himself. Though exiled in Hawaii, he lingered in the nation's psyche. His allies had not vanished, many remained embedded in local politics, in businesses, in the military. His wealth, hidden in Swiss accounts and golden artifacts, testified to plunder on a scale almost unimaginable. Yet efforts to recover that wealth, to hold him accountable, dragged endlessly. It was as if his shadow had been cast across the very institutions that sought to erase him. Even absent, he haunted the corridors of power. The optimism of February 1986 faded into a more somber awareness that democracy is not a cure, but a struggle without end. Freedom is fragile, easily threatened, constantly tested. The revolution had been miraculous in its bloodlessness, but miracles do not last forever. The work of building democracy was less like a miracle and more like labor in the fields, slow, backbreaking, unglamorous. Still, the people endured. They carried their rosaries, their songs, their candles into the streets whenever danger loomed. They whispered to one another that the people power of EDSA could not be forgotten, that if the military rose again, if another tyrant tried to seize power, they would return to the avenues. The memory of those 4 days had entered the nation's bloodstream, a defense against despair. And yet, memory alone could not feed the hungry, clothe the poor, or heal the wounds of inequality. The Philippines of the late 1980s was a nation caught between triumph and fragility, between light and shadow. It had tasted the sweetness of unity but now felt the bitterness of division. It had torn down a dictator, but found that dictatorship leaves behind ruins more insidious than palaces and statues. It leaves behind habits, structures, mindsets, shadows that stretch across time. And in those shadows, a question hovered: could the fragile democracy survive its own birth pains? Could it resist the ambitions of generals, the demands of rebels, the persistence of poverty, the return of old dynasties? Or would the miracle of EDSA dissolve into memory, cherished but powerless against the weight of reality? The answer was not yet clear. What was clear was the feeling in the air, an unsettling awareness, as though the streets themselves were listening, as though the land itself was holding its breath. Freedom had been won, but freedom was not secure. It stood, trembling, in the light of morning, surrounded by shadows that grew longer with each passing day. The shadows that trailed the fragile democracy did not merely linger at the edges, they crept steadily inward, seeping into the halls of power, into the debates of scholars, into the everyday struggles of farmers, workers, and students. For while the Marcos regime had fallen spectacularly, the structures it had constructed, or perhaps unearthed from the deeper soil of Philippine history, remained rooted. The old elite networks, the embedded corruption, the inequalities between city and countryside, between rich and poor, between powerful and powerless, these endured, wearing new faces but carrying the same essence. Ninoy Aquino stood at the center of this uneasy inheritance. She was a symbol revered across the world, celebrated for her moral strength and the legitimacy conferred by people power. Yet, in many ways, she was also a prisoner of that very symbolism. Those who had placed her upon a pedestal now expected miracles, forgetting that even saints cannot govern without compromise. The applause of February had been thunderous, but in the months and years that followed, the applause faded into demands, criticisms, disappointments. Symbols are fragile when asked to bear the weight of reality. The military, restless and fractured, was both guardian and threat. Its loyalty to Aquino was never complete, never secure. The coups that rattled the country were not only attempts at seizing power, they were manifestations of deeper discontent. Some officers believed Aquino too lenient, too willing to negotiate with communists, too hesitant to crush dissent. Others simply hungered for the authority they had glimpsed during Marcos's martial law years. Tanks rolled not because soldiers wished to restore dictatorship openly, but because ambition festers in institutions accustomed to wielding power unchecked. Each attempted putsch was a reminder that democracy was fragile precisely because its supposed protectors were tempted to undo it. And the people, weary but vigilant, found themselves returning again and again to the streets. Just as they had stood on EDSA in 1986, so too did they form human barricades against coups in the years that followed. Housewives carried baskets of bread to soldiers. Priests and nuns once again held rosaries before tanks. Children waved flags in defiance of armed men. Democracy did not merely survive through formal institutions, it survived through the stubborn insistence of ordinary Filipinos that their voices mattered, that the miracle of EDSA could not be erased. The people became the firewall against the ambitions of the few. But how long can vigilance be sustained? The constant threats, the endless mobilizations, drained the energy of a people who also struggled with hunger, with bills unpaid, with roofs leaking during monsoons. For every candle lit in defiance, there was also a candle lit in despair, at funerals of farmers gunned down in protests, of activists disappeared in the night, of children dead from preventable disease. Democracy was fragile not only because of its enemies, but because of its inability to quickly transform the daily suffering of its people. Freedom, after all, feels hollow when bellies remain empty. The echoes of unfinished land reform continued to haunt the countryside. The Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, heralded as a cornerstone of the new democracy, carried within it the seeds of its own weakness. Exemptions allowed landlords to retain control, loopholes permitted evasion, implementation dragged for years. Farmers, who had once held yellow flags aloft in the hope of liberation, now found themselves marching again, this time against the very government they had helped to install. In Mendiola in 1987, their demands met with bullets. The massacre of protesting peasants outside Malacanang Palace revealed in brutal clarity that the revolution's promises had limits. Blood stained the streets of Manila once more, not under Marcos, but under a government born of people power. The shadows deepened. The communist insurgency capitalized on this discontent, expanding its ranks with farmers, workers, and disillusioned youth. For them, the events at Mendiola confirmed what they had long declared, that democracy was but a mask worn by elites to perpetuate control. In their mountainside encampments, they told stories of betrayal, stories that resonated with those who had hoped for more. The guerrilla war did not end, it adapted, persisted, fed by the very frustrations that the new democracy could not soothe. In the cities, too, the struggles took shape. Students filled classrooms by day and marched by night, their slogans demanding justice, land, wages, accountability. Labor strikes erupted, factories falling silent as workers pressed for dignity in their toil. Newspapers, now free from censorship, bristled with accusations, with investigations, with exposés of corruption that continued despite the revolution. For every headline of reform, another headline revealed scandal. The people, once silenced, had found their voice, but what they spoke was not always celebration. It was critique, anger, longing. Meanwhile, Marcos's shadow lingered not only in memory but in flesh. The family, ensconced in Hawaii, lived in exile with the comfort of stolen wealth. Imelda, still adorned in finery, gave interviews extolling the vision of her husband, dismissing accusations of plunder as exaggerations. Marcos himself, though ill, insisted that history would vindicate him. Their presence abroad was not silence, it was a rehearsal for return. Their allies at home nurtured dynasties, waited for political winds to shift, whispered promises of restoration. The revolution had exiled a family but had not eradicated the machinery of power that had sustained them. And so, the Philippines found itself haunted. Haunted by the ghosts of the disappeared, whose families still sought answers. Haunted by the unhealed wounds of poverty, of inequality, of repression. Haunted by the image of EDSA itself, glowing like a beacon yet fading like a dream, demanding remembrance but resisting simplification. Haunted by the knowledge that freedom can be lost, that vigilance must never sleep. The fragility of democracy is not simply in its enemies, it lies also in the apathy that creeps in when hope feels betrayed. By the early 1990s, fatigue set in. The euphoria of 1986 had dulled. People grew tired of constant mobilization, of watching promises stall, of seeing the powerful remain powerful. Cynicism grew where idealism had once flourished. Some whispered, "Was the sacrifice worth it?" Others insisted, "Yes, because without EDSA, tyranny would still reign." Between these whispers, the nation's spirit oscillated, between hope and disillusionment, between vigilance and weariness. And yet, in that very tension, democracy endured. It did not flourish easily, nor did it collapse entirely. It staggered forward, carrying both triumph and failure. Ninoy Aquino herself became less a saintly figure and more a human one, criticized, challenged, doubted. Yet her endurance, her refusal to seize authoritarian powers, her willingness to step down when her term ended, gave democracy a fragile legitimacy. The shadows did not vanish, but neither did they consume the light completely. The Philippines in those years was like a candle in the wind. The flame flickered, threatened by gusts of ambition, by storms of poverty, by tempests of rebellion. But the flame did not go out. Perhaps it survived not because it was strong, but because so many hands shielded it, ordinary Filipinos cupping their palms around that fragile light, whispering prayers, telling their children that they had once toppled a tyrant, that they could do so again if needed. This, too, is the paradox of fragile democracy. It is always under threat, yet it endures precisely because it is always under threat. The fear of losing it becomes the force that sustains it. The memory of EDSA, its flowers, its hymns, its candles, its tanks halted in their tracks, became the talisman against despair. Fragile though it was, democracy lived, a wounded bird that continued to fly because falling was unthinkable. The shadows remained, deep and persistent. But shadows cannot exist without light. And in the Philippines, the light, though flickering, refused to die. History often speaks in whispers before it breaks into thunder. In the Philippines of the mid-1980s, the air was thick with those whispers, rumors of betrayal, fragments of secrets traded in hushed tones in cafes, in seminaries, in dimly lit meeting halls, in the crowded interiors of jeepneys where strangers exchanged news like contraband. These murmurs, almost invisible at first, soon began to thread together into something louder, something harder to ignore. It was as if the archipelago itself had grown restless, its countless islands vibrating with an unspoken truth. The people were no longer willing to remain silent. This chapter is about the voices, unseen, often trembling, but relentless, that rose in defiance of fear. They did not always belong to those in power or those who would one day claim fame. Many of them were ordinary, drawn from the anonymous multitude. Yet it was precisely their ordinariness, multiplied by millions, that gave them force. Each voice added to the next until together they became the storm that Marcos could not contain. The years leading up to the People Power Revolution were not merely battles of armies or the maneuvers of politicians, they were contests of memory and narrative. The regime insisted on a story, that order had been restored by discipline, that the nation was safer under the strong hand of its ruler, that those who opposed him were agitators, communists, or traitors. But in every home, in every parish, in every gathering place where stories were traded, another narrative quietly grew. It was a story woven of lived suffering, the son who never came home from a police station, the farmer whose land was seized, the journalist whose articles were cut to pieces by censors, the student who vanished into the shadows of detention cells. By the mid-1980s, these competing stories no longer balanced each other. The weight of lived pain had begun to tip the scales. The machinery of propaganda still churned, broadcasting the image of the first couple as saviors of the nation, smiling benevolently in carefully staged photographs. But reality seeped through the cracks. Power outages in Manila that no amount of gilded pageantry could disguise, inflation that gnawed at wages, food prices that rose even as grand banquets were televised, and the endless queues at gasoline stations that made a mockery of promised stability. Voices rose against this dissonance. Some belonged to those already targeted, student activists who had long risked arrest, priests who defied martial law from the pulpits, journalists who smuggled articles past censors. Others came from unlikely quarters, housewives who attended rallies after cooking meals, jeepney drivers who honked their horns not just for fares but in rhythmic protest, nuns who clasped rosaries in one hand and protest banners in the other. The revolution was not born in a single day, it was born in these acts of speaking, one after another, until silence itself became impossible. Yet speaking under Marcos was never without danger. Fear was the invisible fog that clung to every word, every gathering, every pamphlet circulated after dark. People told their stories in half-sentences, in riddles, in whispers that could be denied if overheard. There was always the risk of informers, the dreaded knock at the door in the night, the unmarked cars that followed too closely. But something had shifted. People were learning to live with fear, not to erase it, but to speak despite it. The act of speaking itself became a quiet form of rebellion. Consider the role of the Catholic Church in these years. The Church had long been entwined with Philippine life, but under martial law it became an unlikely sanctuary of dissent. Priests who might once have spoken only of salvation now spoke of justice, of human rights, of a God who stood with the poor and the oppressed. Masses became more than rituals, they became spaces where hidden truths could be voiced, cloaked in the cadence of prayer. The voice of Cardinal Jaime Sin, playful and irreverent at times, carried an unexpected weight. When he called upon the faithful to gather at EDSA in February 1986, his words moved like lightning, amplified by radio, igniting a movement that was already waiting for a spark. But Cardinal Sin was only one voice among thousands. In universities, students organized forums where banned books were read aloud, where songs forbidden on the radio were strummed on guitars, where theater groups staged plays that ridiculed the regime through satire so sharp it left audiences laughing nervously, aware that laughter itself could be dangerous. In rural areas, farmers spoke of broken promises, of land reform that had never materialized, of debt that chained them more tightly than ever. In factories, workers whispered about strikes, about wages that could not buy rice, about the possibility of standing together. There was also the voice of the press, muffled, censored, but never entirely silenced. Newspapers were shuttered or tamed, but alternative publications emerged like weeds through concrete, mimeographed sheets passed hand to hand, underground journals typed on worn machines, clandestine radio broadcasts that crackled with defiance. Each word printed or spoken carried the risk of prison, but each word also carved a hole in the armor of lies. And then there were the families of the disappeared, the tortured, the slain. Their voices were perhaps the most haunting. They spoke not always with anger but with sorrow that refused to be buried. Mothers demanded the return of their children. Widows demanded the names of those who killed their husbands. They held vigils with candles that flickered in the night, each flame a small act of testimony. Their grief was a language the dictatorship could not censor, and it seeped into the conscience of the nation. By the time of Ninoy Aquino's assassination in 1983, these voices converged into something undeniable. His death acted as a bell, tolling across the archipelago, calling the disparate murmurs into a chorus. The funeral march that stretched for miles through Manila was not only for one man but for every injustice endured in silence. The chants, the songs, the cries of "Tama na," "Sobra na," "Palitan na," "Enough," "Too much," "Time for change," reverberated in streets, schools, markets, churches. The voice of dissent had become the voice of a people. Still, Marcos underestimated this power. He believed in guns, in decrees, in the control of media. He could not measure the strength of memory, of stories passed from neighbor to neighbor, of songs sung quietly while soldiers marched past. Power built on fear is brittle, because fear eventually erodes. Once people discover they can speak despite fear, the silence can never fully return. Part 1 of this chapter, then, is the story of that erosion, the gradual crumbling of silence, the steady rise of voices that would not be stilled. It is a story of countless individuals who, in speaking, created a chorus louder than the machinery of dictatorship. Their words became weapons, their songs became banners, their grief became fire. As we drift through these recollections, let the atmosphere settle like mist, calm, meditative, yet threaded with unease. Imagine the Manila nights of that era, the city hushed by curfews, neon lights flickering over empty streets, soldiers at checkpoints checking papers. And beneath that uneasy stillness, imagine the quiet gatherings in kitchens, in classrooms, in convent halls, where people dared to ask, "What if we speak? What if we refuse to be silent?" The answer to those questions was not immediate, but it was inevitable. Words, once spoken, cannot be unspoken. Voices, once joined, cannot be easily scattered. And so the Philippines of the mid-1980s became a place where silence cracked, where voices multiplied, where history began to tremble on the edge of change. Part 2 will carry us deeper into this chorus, into the moments when those voices broke through the regime's walls of propaganda, into the way they spread across radio waves, parishes, and classrooms, and into the eerie, almost dreamlike sense that the nation itself was preparing to awaken. The voices had risen, first as whispers, then as murmurs, then as chants and cries, until the sound of dissent was no longer confined to narrow alleys and shadowed gatherings. By 1985, it was everywhere. In Manila's crowded jeepneys, passengers spoke openly of corruption. In university classrooms, teachers slipped truths between lines of state-approved lessons. In markets, vendors shook their heads at shortages and inflation, muttering jokes about the first family's wealth even as soldiers passed by. The silence that Marcos had once enforced with decrees and prisons had fractured, and from those fractures came echoes that grew louder with each passing day. The dictatorship still projected its image: grand rallies with orchestrated cheers, parades of soldiers in gleaming uniforms, speeches laced with promises of order and progress. But the illusion was brittle. People no longer believed what they were told. They had learned to listen instead to each other. It was a quiet revolution of perception, radios tuned not to state propaganda but to whispered reports from church stations, newspapers, still censored, read between the lines by those who had grown adept at catching omissions, conversations in kitchens that carried more weight than the pronouncements of officials. The assassination of Ninoy Aquino had opened the wound, and each attempt by the regime to cover it only deepened the infection. Marcos called for an election to prove his legitimacy, but few doubted the result was already written. Still, the act of voting, even under a cloud of manipulation, became a chance for people to declare themselves. Corazon Aquino, the widow who had once sought only private mourning, stepped reluctantly into the public eye, her quiet dignity contrasting sharply with the excess of Malacanang. The people saw in her not a politician, but a vessel for their longing, a voice that could carry their own. But before the ballots were cast, the voices of the nation swelled into something uncanny. They echoed in the night rallies where candles flickered like restless spirits. They echoed in the sermons where priests declared that to remain silent in the face of injustice was itself a sin. They echoed in the songs sung by children, in the slogans painted hastily on walls before the police could scrape them off, in the rhythmic pounding of fists on tables as workers demanded fair wages. The government's response was predictable: more soldiers, more arrests, more attempts to drown out the noise. Yet repression had lost its power to terrify. Every arrest produced more anger, every silenced journalist inspired 3 more to take up the pen, every act of violence was retold until it spread like wildfire. Fear had not vanished, it still lurked in the corners of people's minds, but it had lost its monopoly. The courage of one voice sparked another, and another, until the air itself seemed charged with defiance. It was in this climate that radio became the lifeline of the movement. Veritas, the Catholic station, broadcast truths that no other channel dared to speak. Its crackling signal carried rumors, instructions, and, most importantly, courage. On the night when the military defected and Cardinal Sin called upon the people to protect them, it was Veritas that carried his words like an electric current across the archipelago. Voices traveled invisibly through the air, uniting people who had never met, binding them in a shared act of defiance. The echoes grew stranger as February 1986 approached. It was as though the nation had entered a liminal state, a twilight between dictatorship and freedom. Reports circulated of soldiers refusing to fire on crowds, of tanks stopped by rosaries and flowers, of nuns kneeling on highways with their arms spread wide. There were moments that seemed almost dreamlike, the sound of Bayan Co., sung by thousands at once, its melody trembling yet strong, the sight of millions filling EDSA with prayers, laughter, tears, and songs, as if the very streets had become a cathedral. Yet the eeriness was real. No one knew how it would end. Rumors of bloodshed circulated constantly, of Marcos ordering airstrikes, of snipers hiding on rooftops, of imminent massacres. People carried on anyway. They came unarmed, with children, with food to share, with transistor radios pressed to their ears. Each individual might have felt small, but together they were immense. Their voices, joined in prayer and song, shook the foundations of power more than any weapon could. Inside Malacanang, the regime heard those echoes too. The palace walls, thick and fortified, could not block out the chants that drifted from the streets. Marcos, resign. Cory. Cory. They were the voices of a people who had once been taught to fear, now teaching themselves to hope. The dictator appeared on television, his hand trembling slightly as he declared victory in the fraudulent election. The nation did not believe him. The voices outside told a different story, and it was that story that mattered. As the final days unfolded, the echoes reached their crescendo. Helicopters landed on palace grounds to spirit away the first family. Crowds surged not with vengeance but with jubilation. People stormed into the palace not to loot, but to look, to see with their own eyes that the myth had collapsed. They walked through gilded halls, past closets overflowing with shoes, past chandeliers that sparkled like hollow trophies, past symbols of opulence that now seemed grotesque. The silence of all was soon replaced by laughter, by disbelief, by the giddy realization that the voices had won. But victory did not erase the haunting undertones. For every cheer, there was memory of the fallen, those whose voices had been silenced too soon, whose names were whispered in prayers as crowds celebrated. Mothers still searched for sons who would never return. Wounds remained, not easily healed by the departure of one man. Yet even in this grief, the echoes persisted. They reminded the living that silence was no longer possible, that to forget would be to betray the revolution itself. The eerie beauty of the People Power revolution lay in this paradox. It was at once joyful and mournful, peaceful yet charged with the threat of violence, grounded in reality yet dreamlike in its unfolding. It was as if the nation had stepped outside of ordinary time, into a space where voices held more power than guns, where chants could bring down a dynasty, where prayers could alter the course of history. When the dust settled, when Marcos and his family had fled into exile, the echoes lingered. They reverberated not only through the Philippines but across the world. Other nations watched in awe as Filipinos toppled a dictatorship without resorting to civil war. The word "people power" entered the global vocabulary, a phrase synonymous with nonviolent resistance. And in the Philippines, the lesson etched itself deep into the national psyche, that when enough voices speak together, no wall is thick enough, no ruler strong enough, to contain them. Let us linger in that space between sound and silence. Imagine the quiet streets after the crowds dispersed, littered with banners and candle wax, the faint smell of incense and sweat still hanging in the air. Imagine the radios, finally switched off, their static fading into silence. Imagine the people returning home, exhausted but forever changed, carrying with them the memory of voices that had toppled a tyrant. These voices did not vanish with victory. They became part of the nation's conscience, reminders that silence is dangerous, that vigilance must never fade, that democracy itself rests on the willingness of ordinary people to speak. They were echoes that shook not only the walls of Malacanang but the walls of apathy, fear, and resignation. And even now, decades later, if you listen closely, you can still hear them. In the prayers of mothers who remember, in the songs sung at rallies, in the laughter of those who retell the story to a new generation, the echoes endure. They are unsettling, because they remind us of the fragility of freedom. They are calming, because they remind us that even in the darkest times, voices can rise. They are mysterious, because they come from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus without a conductor, a sound that belongs to no one and to everyone. The fall of Ferdinand Marcos in February 1986 was not an ending, it was a beginning, fragile and uncertain. Like the moment just before dawn, when the sky holds its breath and light seeps slowly into the world, the Philippines found itself suspended between night and morning. The People Power revolution had overturned a dictator, but it had not yet taught the nation how to live without one. Those who filled EDSA with candles and prayers believed they were stepping into a new age. They sang, they embraced strangers, they spoke of freedom as if it were a sunrise that could not be dimmed. Yet even in those first hours of jubilation, an uneasiness lingered. For revolutions do not end when a tyrant flees, they only shift into new struggles, more complex and less certain, battles fought not in the streets but in the quieter corridors of politics, in the fragile machinery of institutions, and in the weary hearts of a people who had dared to hope. Corazon Aquino emerged from that whirlwind as the face of the new order. A widow transformed into a president, she carried both the sanctity of martyrdom and the weight of expectation. She was no seasoned politician. Her power did not come from strategy or wealth, but from the collective faith of a people who had chosen her as their vessel of change. They called her Tita Cori, an intimate, familial title that spoke of trust, of maternal protection, of the dream of a leader who would embody simplicity and integrity. But history rarely grants such dreams unbroken. Even as Aquino stood on the steps of Malacanang, addressing the nation for the first time as president, shadows gathered. Marcos may have fled, but the structures he built remained, a military fractured between loyalty and dissent, a bureaucracy riddled with corruption, a society scarred by inequality and suspicion. The fragile dawn of democracy was radiant, yes, but it was also perilous, for the night had not been entirely banished. In the first months, the air was thick with both exhilaration and uncertainty. Manila's streets, once heavy with fear, now buzzed with new forms of energy. Political prisoners were freed, newspapers long silenced reopened their presses, voices once whispered now rang out in debates and rallies. The nation seemed to awaken, as if shaking off a long and terrible dream. But with awakening came disorientation. Freedom, after so many years of dictatorship, felt intoxicating, yet unwieldy. It was like breathing deeply after being underwater too long. The lungs expanded too fast, too suddenly, leaving dizziness in their wake. The military, that powerful machine Marcos had nurtured for decades, was the first test of the new dawn. Many officers had defected to the side of the people in the days of EDSA, but their loyalties were fractured. Some sought genuine reform, others merely shifted allegiance to preserve their influence. Rumors of coups circulated like restless spirits. Twice, thrice, and then again, factions of the armed forces attempted to unseat Aquino, testing the resilience of both her government and the people's faith in democracy. Each time, crowds surged again into the streets, not with the same overwhelming tide as EDSA, but enough to remind the soldiers that power still belonged, at least in part, to the masses. The Church, too, stood watchful. Cardinal Sin, who had once summoned millions to EDSA, now spoke less of uprising and more of patience, of unity, of guarding against both complacency and chaos. Sermons turned from prayers of resistance to prayers of rebuilding, yet always with the reminder that freedom demanded vigilance. Nuns and priests who had marched beside the people now worked to heal wounds in communities torn by years of repression. Yet they knew, perhaps better than most, that shadows still lurked, that Marcos's exile was not erasure, and that corruption had roots deeper than one man. And so the voices that had toppled a dictator did not fall silent. They shifted into new forms, newspapers debating policies, unions demanding fair contracts, farmers calling once more for land reform, students pressing for accountability. The chorus of democracy was vibrant but discordant. For unity forged against tyranny was easier than unity required for governance. Aquino herself embodied this paradox. She wore yellow, the color of the revolution, but beneath her soft-spoken demeanor lay a steel born of grief. She spoke of love, of prayer, of reconciliation, yet she also knew the necessity of compromise. Her presidency was a balancing act, a tightrope walk between forces that threatened to pull her down, the military's ambitions, the demands of the poor, the expectations of the middle class, the scrutiny of the global stage. She was at once revered and doubted, loved as a symbol but criticized as a leader. It is easy, in hindsight, to see only the cracks in that fragile dawn. But imagine, for a moment, the atmosphere of 1986 as lived by those who walked its streets. There was laughter, almost delirious, in the sudden absence of curfew. There was wonder in reading newspapers that no longer carried only praise for the regime. There was strangeness in hearing politicians debate openly in Congress, as if an old language long forgotten had been revived. Yet there was also unease. Prices of goods did not drop overnight, poverty did not vanish, land was not suddenly redistributed. For those who had pinned their hopes on instant transformation, reality felt like a betrayal. And in the periphery, the ghosts of martial law remained. Families still searched for their disappeared, their voices echoing in the halls of government but rarely answered. The military, though restrained, still bore the capacity for violence. And Marcos, in exile, still spoke, still plotted, still dreamed of return. His voice, though distant, was like a shadow on the horizon, faint, but never gone. The revolution had changed history, but it had not erased struggle. Instead, it had transformed it. The battlefield was no longer the avenue at EDSA, but the day-to-day grind of governance, the fragile weaving of institutions, the delicate nurturing of freedom that could too easily unravel. The dawn was fragile because it required constant tending, constant vigilance, constant remembering. For in the Philippines, memory itself was contested. Already, whispers began, some saying Marcos had brought order, others insisting his downfall had been the nation's salvation. The People Power revolution had been lived by millions, yet its meaning was already being debated, already at risk of distortion. History is never safe, never sealed. It is a river, and even as it flows forward, currents swirl backward, pulling fragments of the past into the present. Dawn is beautiful, but it is also fleeting. It can give way today, or it can fade back into darkness if clouds gather. The Philippines of 1986 stood at that threshold, its people radiant but uncertain, its future uncharted, its triumph still trembling like a candle flame in the wind. Imagine now, in your mind's eye, the streets of Manila in those first weeks after Marcos's departure. The banners still hang, fading in the sun. Children play where tanks once stood. Vendors sell newspapers with headlines declaring, "Democracy restored." Yet in every conversation, beneath every laugh, there is an unspoken question: what comes next? That question is the heart of this fragile dawn. And we will step deeper into its labyrinth, into the challenges that rose like specters to test the newborn democracy, into the uneasy marriage of hope and disillusionment, and into the haunting truth that even revolutions cannot escape the long shadows of history. The dawn had broken. The dictator was gone. Yet as the light of freedom seeped across the islands, shadows stirred beneath it, stretching long and restless, reminding the nation that the night had not entirely vanished. For even the brightest sunrises carry darkness at their edges, and in 1986 the Philippines awoke to a paradox: the taste of democracy, sweet and intoxicating, mingled with the bitterness of unrest, betrayal, and fragile beginnings. The first of these shadows was hunger, not only for food, though the market still strained under shortages, but hunger for change itself. The people had marched, prayed, risked their lives. They expected transformation to descend like a blessing. Yet revolutions, though swift in their climax, are slow in their aftermath. Farmers who had filled EDSA with prayers still returned to barren fields, waiting for land reform that seemed forever promised, never delivered. Factory workers still endured low wages, their strikes now technically legal but still crushed by police with batons and tear gas. Students who had shouted for freedom found that tuition fees continued to rise. And so murmurs of discontent began to echo, less dramatic than the chants of February, but in some ways more dangerous, for they carried disappointment, and disappointment is a weight that can bend even the most radiant dawn. Corazon Aquino knew this. She wore yellow still, spoke softly still, and carried the aura of the revolution still, but she was not spared the burdens of reality. To the military, she was too gentle, to the poor, too hesitant, to the wealthy elites, too unpredictable. Each faction demanded more than she could give. In Malacanang, the same halls once filled with opulence now echoed with uncertainty. Where Marcos had ruled with an iron hand, Aquino tried to govern with open palms, and open palms, while pure, are vulnerable. The coups began like fever dreams. First whispers, then rumors, then tanks rolling into the streets, helicopters circling the skies, soldiers issuing ultimatums. Each time, the people returned to defend their fragile democracy. They lit candles, filled plazas, surrounded radio stations with their bodies. But fear crept back into their hearts. Would this sunrise be extinguished before the day could even begin? In August 1987, gunfire cracked the air of Manila as rebel soldiers stormed the palace. In December 1989, the city once again trembled, bombs falling near Makati as smoke stained the sky. These were not the same as the battles against Marcos. They were shadows born from within, betrayals not of dictatorship but of the very democracy that had been won. And yet, the people endured. Each coup attempt ended not in victory but in failure, undone by lack of unity, by the persistence of loyal forces, and most of all, by the refusal of ordinary citizens to surrender what they had so recently gained. They remembered EDSA, the days when voices had stopped tanks, and they summoned that memory again and again. But each time, the magic felt thinner, the joy less pure, the undertones darker. The revolution, once a flame, now flickered in the wind. Beyond the military unrest, another shadow loomed, the question of justice. The nation had lived under years of plunder and brutality. Billions of pesos stolen, thousands imprisoned or killed, countless families scarred by loss. Would there be accountability? Would the Marcoses, now in gilded exile, face trial? Would generals answer for their crimes? The people hungered for justice, but justice came slowly, if at all. Court cases dragged on, evidence vanished, wealth hidden in offshore accounts remained elusive. The dictator's face, though absent, haunted newspapers, television screens, and the whispered doubts of those who wondered if he might return. Memory itself became contested ground. Some spoke of Marcos as a tyrant, others as a misunderstood leader who had brought discipline and order. Stories clashed in living rooms, in classrooms, in the columns of newspapers. History was being written and rewritten even as it unfolded, each voice pulling at the fragile threads of truth. And in that uncertainty lay danger, for nations that forget their shadows are doomed to walk into them again. Amid these struggles, the world looked on. International observers hailed the Philippines as proof that peaceful revolution was possible. People power became a phrase echoed in Korea, in Eastern Europe, in distant lands where dictatorships still ruled. But admiration from abroad did not feed the hungry at home. For every glowing headline, there was a Filipino farmer still bent over the same soil, a factory worker still counting the same coins, a mother still waiting for her missing child. Glory abroad could not erase the shadows within. And yet, there was also resilience. For though the dawn was fragile, though shadows lurked, the people did not return to silence. They debated, they protested, they organized. Newspapers, once shuttered, now overflowed with arguments. Political parties, once reduced to puppets of the regime, bloomed with noisy discord. Democracy was messy, imperfect, and often disappointing, but it was alive. The silence of martial law was gone, replaced by a cacophony that, though uneasy, was healthier than fear. Picture the streets of Manila in 1987, 1988, 1989. Jeepneys painted with slogans and saints rattled through traffic jams. Protesters filled Mendiola Bridge with placards, chanting for land, for wages, for justice. Students crowded into classrooms where debates about politics grew as heated as lectures on mathematics. Farmers walked barefoot to the capital, carrying bundles of rice stalks as symbols of their demands. Everywhere, voices rose, not always in harmony, often in anger, but always in freedom. Still, the fragility of it all was palpable. The revolution had brought hope, but hope is delicate. It can sour into disillusionment, it can fracture into cynicism. And in those years, One could sense the weight of expectation pressing hard against the thin walls of democracy. The people had toppled a dictator with candles and prayers. Could they now topple poverty, corruption, inequality, and betrayal with the same tools? Or would their hard-won dawn slip back into night? This was the tension that defined the years after EDSA. It was not the tension of tanks and bayonets, though those still appeared in coup attempts, but the subtler, more haunting tension of endurance. Could a people who had once united in prayer and protest now endure the slow, grinding labor of democracy? Could they remember the fire of the revolution without expecting it to burn away every problem overnight? Could they guard the fragile dawn against both enemies outside and shadows within? As we drift through these recollections, imagine the atmosphere, the Philippine sky heavy with monsoon rains, streets glistening with water, candles flickering in windows as people prayed for peace during yet another coup attempt. Imagine the silence of a courtroom where a case against a Marcos crony dragged on for years. Imagine the quiet grief of a mother staring at an empty chair where her son should have been, her prayers unanswered, her questions unheeded. Imagine, too, the laughter of children running through newly opened plazas, chasing each other past statues newly freed from the gaze of the dictator. All of these moments coexisted, hope and grief, light and shadow, dawn and darkness. The People Power Revolution did not end in February 1986. It lingered, it unfolded, it stumbled, it endured. The dawn was fragile, the shadows long, but the day had begun, and the people were awake. What lay ahead would not be as dramatic as the 4 days on EDSA, but it would be just as vital, the long work of nurturing freedom, of guarding memory, of resisting both the temptations of apathy and the seductions of nostalgia for order at the cost of liberty. The echoes of EDSA remained, haunting and luminous. And in those echoes, the nation heard both a warning and a promise. Chapter 9, Part 1. The long echo of EDSA. The sound of EDSA did not vanish when the crowds dispersed, nor when the dictator fled into exile. It lingered, faint but insistent, reverberating through the archipelago like a drumbeat muffled by distance, like a hymn sung softly after the choir has gone. In every corner of the Philippines, the memory of those 4 days remained alive, in whispered prayers, in candlelit vigils, in the silence of graves, in the restless footsteps of protesters still filling the streets long after the revolution's first triumph. The long echo of EDSA was not uniform. To some, it was music, gentle, triumphant, reassuring, proof that faith and courage could move history. To others, it was a reminder of wounds left unhealed, of promises unfulfilled. To the powerful who had survived the transition, it was a sound to be reshaped, polished, sometimes silenced, depending on whether memory served their cause or threatened it. And so, the echo became contested. Who would own it? Who would define what it meant? Who would carry its truth into the future? The years following the revolution were thick with these questions. The Philippines, long accustomed to silence enforced by martial law, now drowned in noise. Politicians debated in Congress, newspapers argued across their pages, radio hosts shouted into microphones, students chanted in the streets. Democracy had returned, but democracy is cacophony. Each voice claimed to know what EDSA had meant, what it should have accomplished, and what path the nation must now take. And yet, beneath the din, there was a deeper, quieter struggle, the struggle of memory itself. For memory is not static. It changes, it shifts, it can be reshaped like clay. What one generation holds sacred, another may doubt. What one family recalls as trauma, another may recall as order and stability. In the Philippines of the late 1980s and early 1990s, memory became a battlefield as vital as any street or palace. Walk with me, slowly, through the places where memory lingered. In a small village in Ilocos, elders gathered in the evenings to recount the years of Marcos with pride, roads built, schools opened, discipline enforced. To them, the dictator was not a thief but a visionary. The fall of his regime was not liberation but betrayal, orchestrated by elites and foreigners. Children listening to these stories would grow up with a different echo of EDSA, one that cast the revolution not as a miracle but as a wound. Meanwhile, in a cramped house in Manila, a mother lit a candle every February, its flame trembling beside the photograph of her son, arrested in 1975 and never seen again. For her, EDSA was salvation too late. The dictator had fallen, but her son's body had never returned. When she heard politicians celebrate the triumph of people power, she felt both pride and bitterness, pride that the nation had awakened, bitterness that justice had never reached her door. On university campuses, professors wove the narrative of EDSA into lectures. They spoke of nonviolence, of prayer, of collective courage. Students sat in crowded classrooms, half listening, half dreaming, some inspired, others restless. For them, the revolution was already slipping into myth, something their parents had lived but they themselves had only glimpsed through fading photographs and grainy news clips. EDSA was becoming history, and history, when distant, risks turning into abstraction. And in Malacanang, new leaders wrestled with how to use the memory of EDSA for legitimacy. Corazon Aquino's presidency had been born of that revolution. Her successors, too, sought to draw strength from its glow. But each invocation of people power also reminded the public that the revolution's promises remained incomplete. Thus memory became both shield and weapon, blessing and curse. The echo stretched further still, beyond the islands. In Seoul, in Prague, in Berlin, dissidents spoke of the Philippines with reverence. They studied the images of nuns kneeling before tanks, of soldiers embracing civilians, of flowers stuck into rifle barrels. To them, EDSA was proof that dictators could fall without rivers of blood. The Philippines had given the world a symbol, and symbols are powerful. But symbols are also fragile, for they can be polished into myths that obscure the messy, painful realities from which they were born. Back at home, reality remained stark. By the early 1990s, poverty persisted. Oligarchic families retained their grip on wealth and politics. Land reform, promised and demanded, stumbled through compromises and delays. Corruption found new forms, new faces, but did not disappear. The revolution had toppled one man, one family, one regime, but it had not toppled the deeper structures of inequality. And so, as the echo of EDSA stretched into years, many began to ask, had the revolution changed everything, or had it changed too little? Let us pause here, and listen more closely to the texture of the echo itself. At times it was triumphant, brass bands playing in parades each February, yellow confetti tossed from rooftops, politicians delivering speeches that invoked the spirit of people power. At times it was mournful, the quiet prayers of widows, the long marches of workers demanding promises kept, the bitter sighs of farmers turned away once more from the gates of haciendas. At times it was distorted, radio programs rewriting history, politicians downplaying abuses, narratives twisted until the revolution seemed less like liberation and more like disruption. This shifting echo shaped not only the present but the future. For revolutions do not end with victory, they end when memory fades, when meaning is lost. And in the Philippines, the meaning of EDSA was constantly at risk of erosion. Would it endure as a beacon of nonviolent resistance? Or would it dissolve into nostalgia, manipulated by those who longed for the order of authoritarian rule? Consider the faces of those who had once marched on EDSA. By the 1990s, many of them carried new burdens. The student activist had become a teacher, weighed down by low pay and crowded classrooms. The farmer who had prayed before tanks now struggled with debts and unyielding soil. The priest who had led candlelit vigils now worried about dwindling congregations. Each still remembered the revolution, but their daily struggles dulled its shine. The extraordinary had given way to the ordinary, and the ordinary is where revolutions either find their roots or lose their power. The long echo of EDSA also haunted the military. Soldiers who had defected to the people's side now found themselves drawn into new intrigues. Some remained loyal to democracy, others grew restless, tempted by the prospect of power once more. Coups erupted, as if the ghosts of martial law had not yet been laid to rest. Each attempt reminded the people that the revolution was not final, the dawn could still be swallowed by night. And yet, despite all this fragility, the echo did not die. It persisted. In the laughter of children who grew up free to speak their minds. In the courage of journalists who exposed corruption, even when threatened. In the persistence of activists who marched year after year, reminding leaders that the spirit of people power was not theirs alone to claim. Picture a candlelit procession on a humid night in February. The crowd is smaller than in 1986, the faces older, the chants less thunderous. But the candles glow, their flames trembling in the wind, their light stubborn against the darkness. That is the echo, not the roar of tanks stopped in their tracks, but the quiet resilience of memory refusing to fade. It was a long echo, stretching across decades, sometimes strong, sometimes faint, sometimes distorted, but always present. To listen to it requires patience, humility, and vigilance. For only by listening can a people guard against forgetting, and forgetting, in a nation with shadows as deep as the Philippines, is perilous indeed. The echo of EDSA did not fade, it shifted. It moved from plazas to classrooms, from chants to murmurs, from the roar of hundreds of thousands to the soft yet insistent conversations at dinner tables and street corners. If part one of the revolution's aftermath was loud, contested, filled with coups and clamorous debates, part two was quieter, but no less haunting. It was the echo that remained after the drums of protest fell silent, when the work of living in freedom became both burden and test. Freedom is not only the absence of chains, it is the presence of choice. And choice, for a nation unaccustomed to it, was overwhelming. Which voices to trust? Which leaders to follow? Which memories to hold sacred, and which to let slip into the past? The Philippines of the late 1980s and early 1990s stumbled through these choices, sometimes guided by hope, sometimes misled by old habits, sometimes paralyzed by fear. In the stillness of these years, something unsettling emerged, the sense that people power, though miraculous, was incomplete. For 4 days, the people had moved as one body, one spirit. But once the dictator had fled, the unity dissolved. The multitude became fragments again, farmers and landlords, workers and bosses, soldiers and civilians, the poor and the powerful. What had united them was gone, what remained were the old divisions, raw and unresolved. And yet, the memory of those 4 days haunted them still. It whispered in the back of their minds, "You did it once. You can do it again." For some, this was reassurance. For others, it was a warning. If people power could topple Marcos, could it not topple anyone? Was democracy itself safe from the very force that had birthed it? Thus the echo carried both promise and peril. Each February, crowds gathered on EDSA to commemorate the revolution. Some came to celebrate, to relive the triumph. Others came to demand once again, justice, reform, dignity. Still others came to protest against the very leaders who now invoked the revolution spirit. The avenue became a mirror reflecting the nation's contradictions, a place where joy and grievance intertwined. But time has its own rhythm. By the mid-1990s, the crowds were smaller. Younger generations, who had not lived through martial law, began to ask why the revolution mattered. They had grown up not under silence but under noise, not under dictatorship but under democracy's messy squabbles. To them, EDSA was a story told by their parents, as distant as the war against Spain or the struggle against Japan. The echo was fading, its resonance weakening, not because it had ceased, but because memory was shifting. And yet, there were reminders that the shadows had not vanished. The Marcos family, once thought exiled forever, began to reappear. Their names crept back into elections, their images onto billboards, their words onto television screens. To their supporters, they spoke of discipline, of order, of a golden era. To their critics, their return was a ghost rising from the grave, proof that the revolution's victory had been fragile. Each reappearance of the Marcoses was like a crack in the monument of memory, a reminder that history, if not guarded, could repeat itself. The silence of justice was another echo. Court cases dragged on, evidence vanished, stolen wealth hid in labyrinths of foreign banks. Some cronies faced prison, but many did not. The longer justice delayed, the more the people doubted whether it would ever arrive. Silence in the courtroom became louder than the chants of protest. It was the silence of disappointment, of trust eroded, of wounds unhealed. Yet, alongside this silence, there was persistence. Activists continued to march. Journalists continued to write. Farmers continued to occupy fields, demanding reform. Students continued to organize, even if their movements were smaller than those of the 1970s. These were not the thunderous crowds of February 1986, but they were part of the same echo, quieter but stubborn, refusing to be extinguished. Imagine, for a moment, the Philippines in the early 1990s, the humid air heavy with the smell of jeepney exhaust, streets crowded with vendors selling fruits and cigarettes, radios playing ballads that mixed with political commentary. Imagine students in denim jackets debating land reform in cafeterias, priests speaking against injustice in rural chapels, soldiers whispering of another coup in dimly lit barracks. Imagine mothers holding faded photographs of sons who had never returned, their voices hushed but unyielding. This was the texture of the echo, ordinary, persistent, haunting. The long silence after EDSA was not empty, it was filled with questions. Could democracy survive disappointment? Could the memory of people power endure distortion? Could justice arrive before apathy took root? These questions hung in the air, unresolved, like prayers half-whispered, like wounds half-healed. And through it all, the world continued to watch. For abroad, EDSA remained luminous, a beacon invoked by students in Tiananmen, by protesters in Eastern Europe, by dissidents in Latin America. The Philippines had given the world a symbol, and symbols often outlast the messy realities from which they are born. But at home, the reality was heavy, complex, unfinished. The echo that inspired the world was, for Filipinos, both blessing and burden. Let us return to the image of EDSA itself, an avenue, long and wide, where millions once gathered. Now it lies quiet, its traffic flowing endlessly, its billboards flashing advertisements, its sidewalks crowded with commuters hurrying home. But every February, candles reappear. Flowers are laid. Prayers are whispered. Psalms are sung. And for a moment, the echo grows louder again, reminding all who listen that history does not disappear, it lingers, it waits, it asks to be remembered. The silence is unfinished. The echo is ongoing. The revolution lives not only in the past but in the choices still to be made. And in that haunting persistence lies both the hope and the unease of a nation still searching for the meaning of its own awakening. The revolution was over, and yet it was not. For revolutions never truly end, they ripple outward, folding themselves into the daily lives of those who must live with what they have won and what they have lost. In the Philippines, the first People Power Revolution of 1986 was remembered in songs, in speeches, in yellow confetti fluttering down from office windows every February. But memory alone cannot build a nation, and the fragile legacy of EDSA was tested in ways both subtle and crushing as the years unfolded. To speak of legacy is to speak of inheritance. And what, in truth, did the Filipinos inherit from EDSA? They inherited freedom of speech, the return of elections, the restoration of institutions long suffocated under martial law. They inherited the possibility of dissent without imprisonment, of argument without fear, of protest without massacre. These were profound gains, invaluable to a nation that had lived so long in silence. But they also inherited something else, the weight of unmet promises, the persistence of old hierarchies, the unfinished task of justice. In the humid streets of Manila, this legacy revealed itself daily. Jeepneys rumbled past murals celebrating people power, their paint already fading under sun and rain. Newsstands sold papers filled with stories of corruption scandals, reminding readers that freedom had not erased greed. Students marched with placards demanding land reform, their chants echoing the same cries of their parents' generation. The legacy was everywhere, triumphant yet heavy, luminous yet shadowed. The fragile legacy was first tested in the realm of politics. The fall of Marcos had unleashed not only the voices of the oppressed but also the ambitions of the powerful. Political dynasties, once constrained by martial law's hierarchy, re-emerged with vigor. Families who had ruled before Marcos reclaimed their seats, their mansions, their names. New politicians rose, invoking the spirit of EDSA while crafting their own networks of power. Democracy, for all its promise, was noisy and unruly, its institutions often bent by money and influence. To the ordinary citizen, the promises of people power seemed caught in contradiction. The ballot box had returned, yes, but candidates were often the same names recycled across generations. Justice had been restored, yes, but trials against Marcos' cronies stretched endlessly, while stolen wealth remained hidden in foreign vaults. Freedom of speech had returned, yes, but with it came propaganda, distortion, and the constant danger of forgetting. The revolution had opened the gates, but what lay beyond them was not paradise. It was a struggle as fierce as the dictatorship, only more complex, because now the enemy was not a single tyrant but a tangled web of inequality. Consider, for a moment, the peasant farmer. In 1986, he had walked barefoot to EDSA, holding a rosary, praying for change. He had seen the tank stop, had felt the surge of power as the dictator fled. But by 1990, he was still tilling land he did not own, still bound by debt, still waiting for reform. The government spoke of agrarian reform, but landlords resisted, laws were diluted, and promises withered in the heat of politics. For the farmer, the legacy of EDSA was hope deferred, a sunrise that never fully broke the horizon. Or take the worker in a Manila factory. During martial law, strikes were crushed, unions silenced, leaders jailed. After EDSA, the right to organize returned, and strikes erupted once more. But wages remained low, factories closed under economic crises, and police still arrived with shields and truncheons when workers blocked the streets. Freedom had returned, but not prosperity. Justice had returned, but not equality. The worker's sweat still fell heavy, and his stomach still growled with hunger. For the middle class, the fragile legacy was different. They had tasted empowerment in February 1986, had felt their voices matter for the first time. They rejoiced at the fall of Marcos, celebrated the new democracy, embraced the language of reform. But soon they, too, felt disillusionment. Traffic worsened, crime surged, inflation bit into salaries, corruption scandals multiplied. The dream of a just and orderly society seemed elusive. Some clung to hope, others grew cynical, a few even began to whisper nostalgically about the discipline of martial law, forgetting, or choosing to forget, the violence that had accompanied it. And what of the poor, who had been the largest in number on EDSA, who had fed the revolution with their bodies and prayers? They continued to live in shantytowns by the Pasig River, in bamboo huts on farmland not their own, in fishing villages where the sea grew poorer each year. Their legacy was resilience, but resilience alone could not fill stomachs or send children to school. For them, people power was a memory of glory that had not transformed into daily bread. This was the fragility of the legacy, that while the revolution had toppled a tyrant, it had not toppled the structures that produced tyranny. It had restored democracy, but democracy itself was fragile, vulnerable to manipulation, vulnerable to apathy, vulnerable to the same elites who had long dominated politics. The people had awakened, but awakening was only the beginning. The long, grinding labor of building a just society had only begun. And yet, this fragility was not defeat. It was part of the human condition, part of the truth of history. Revolutions are rarely the end, they are thresholds, doorways into uncertain futures. The legacy of EDSA was not perfection, but possibility. Possibility is fragile, but it is precious. Let us linger here, in the quiet aftermath of triumph, in the uneasy dawn of democracy. Let us imagine again the flicker of candles on EDSA, the sound of prayers whispered into the night, the trembling voices singing hymns as tanks stood halted. Those moments were not erased by disappointment, they remained, luminous, waiting to be remembered, waiting to inspire again when the nation faltered. For history, too, is fragile. Memory can be reshaped, distorted, forgotten. Already, by the mid-1990s, stories of Marcos as a visionary circulated. Already, some denied the tortures, the disappearances, the billions stolen. Already, the battle over memory was as fierce as the battle over politics. This, too, was part of the fragile legacy, the necessity of vigilance, the endless task of remembering. And so the echo of EDSA lingered, fragile but enduring. In classrooms, in churches, in songs, in whispered prayers, in the restless footsteps of protesters who refused to surrender hope. It was a legacy imperfect, unfinished, uncertain, but alive. Part 1 of this chapter closes here, with the recognition that legacies are not monuments carved in stone. If nurtured, only if remembered. The legacy of the first People Power revolution was precisely this, fragile, but still burning, still echoing, still capable of awakening the nation again, should darkness return. The morning after EDSA fell silent, the streets bore the marks of both jubilation and exhaustion. The banners that had waved so defiantly hung limp in the still air, their cloth heavy with the scent of candle wax and rain. Posters of Marcos, hastily defaced with crude drawings and scrawled insults, curled at the edges, as though shrinking away from the light of a dawn he could not command. The makeshift barricades of overturned cars and sandbags stood as abandoned monuments, silent but eloquent testimonies of defiance. What had once been charged with the electric breath of a people in uprising now lay scattered, subdued, eerily calm, as if Manila itself had paused to take a deep breath after 4 nights of unbroken vigilance. Yet beneath this stillness, a strange tension remained. The crowds had disbanded, but their voices echoed in the corridors of power. The dictator had fled, true, carried away on American aircraft into exile, but the structures he left behind did not vanish overnight. His loyalists had not dissolved into dust, his networks of wealth and influence lingered like shadows stretching long after the sun has dipped below the horizon. A people had risen, yes, but now came the greater task, to govern themselves, to remake what tyranny had corroded, to prove that the chant of democracy could be more than a sound carried on feverish wind. The weight of expectation fell heavily upon Corazon Aquino, the reluctant widow turned leader, her face as pale and solemn as the candlelight vigils that had crowned her rise. She stood not on a throne of conquest, but on a fragile pedestal raised by grief and faith. Her very image, plain yellow dresses, rosary clasped in her hand, was both symbol and burden. She was hailed as deliverer, yet she carried the cross of a husband's assassination and the impossible demands of millions who saw in her the living incarnation of their hopes. Could such a figure satisfy the hungry, the jobless, the landless? Could the flame of prayerful revolution feed bodies long denied bread? Or was the miracle of EDSA destined to remain only that, a miracle of spectacle, luminous but fleeting? For in truth, revolutions do not end when crowds disperse. They seep into the marrow of nations, transforming not only the visible structures of rule but the invisible patterns of thought, memory, and fear. And in the Philippines, the revolution of 1986 carried a dual nature. It was both a cleansing flood and a haunting tide, washing away a dictator's reign but leaving behind questions that would ripple through decades. The people celebrated, but uneasily. For behind their cheers lingered a whisper: what if it had all gone differently? What if the tanks had fired? What if the crowd had fled in terror rather than held its ground? What if blood, not rosaries, had paved the road? These questions could not be unasked. They lingered like smoke in the rafters of history, faint yet inescapable, a reminder that history is never inevitable, but a fragile thing, shaped by chance, courage, and the mercurial will of power. The churches overflowed in those first weeks, not just with worshippers, but with seekers. People long denied their voice sought meaning in homilies, in songs, in prayers that now seem to bear the weight of cosmic truth. Miracle, they said. God was there. And perhaps he was. Perhaps in the refusal of violence, in the outstretched flowers, in the fearless nuns who stood before tanks, one could glimpse the fingerprints of the divine. Or perhaps it was merely the culmination of years of silent suffering breaking at last, the dam bursting, the people remembering that they were not subjects, but citizens. Between miracle and inevitability lay the thin and fragile thread of interpretation, and upon that thread the nation would balance, precarious, for years to come. Yet amid celebration there was also disquiet. For even as Aquino's government set about dismantling decrees, restoring institutions, and reopening the shuttered windows of free speech, the machinery of discontent stirred. The soldiers who had defected to her side now demanded reward. The elites who had funded her campaign now sought repayment and influence. The impoverished who had risked everything now expected justice to arrive swiftly, tangibly. But justice delayed is hope endangered. And in those days after the revolution, one could sense the struggle between promise and patience, a struggle that would never quite be resolved. Still, history had changed irrevocably. What had been done on those avenues of Manila resonated far beyond the archipelago. Across continents, in capitals still bound by the chains of autocracy, whispers of EDSA spread like wildfire. A people without guns, they said, a people armed only with courage, toppled a tyrant. And in the years that followed, one would see echoes of that courage, in Eastern Europe, where walls crumbled, in South Africa, where apartheid began to fracture, in far-off corners where dictators wondered, trembling, whether candles and prayers could undo them too. But the Philippine story remained uniquely its own, threaded through with Catholic imagery, with tropical colors, with a kind of festive defiance that blurred the line between revolt and fiesta. Outsiders marveled at it. Filipinos, however, carried it not as a marvel but as a living scar, proud, yes, but also uneasy. For when you have overthrown a dictator without violence, the expectation lingers that all tyrannies can be undone so easily. Yet reality, cold and unyielding, does not often yield to miracles twice. As years passed, the revolution settled into memory, and memory softened into ritual. Each February, people gathered again at EDSA, lighting candles, singing hymns, waving yellow flags. But with each passing year, the crowds grew smaller, the candles fewer. The young, who had not walked those roads, regarded it with distant eyes, half in awe, half in indifference. For them, it was history, a story told, retold, polished into textbooks, stripped of its danger, its uncertainty, its breathless tension. The eerie stillness that had cloaked Manila on those nights faded into the noise of ordinary life. The ghosts of EDSA remained, but less visible, less insistent. And yet, for those who had been there, the memory never dulled. They could still hear the chants, still see the tanks halted by prayers, still feel the uncanny silence of a city that had stood between tyranny and freedom. For them, the revolution was not only a political act, but a deeply personal haunting, proof that ordinary bodies, fragile and mortal, could alter the trajectory of a nation. It was both triumph and burden, both pride and wound. And in the quiet hours, when the city slept, one could almost imagine the faint murmur of those millions rising again, whispering their defiance into the night. But what does it mean, truly, when history changes? Is it the fall of a man, the collapse of a palace, the exile of a family? Or is it something subtler, the stirring of a people's belief, the shattering of silence, the refusal to kneel? The first People Power revolution was all of these. It was spectacle and substance, miracle and mundane, fleeting and eternal. It was a flame lit in darkness, small, fragile, yet enough to reveal that the darkness was not invincible. And so, as the story draws toward its end, one must sit with both its light and its shadows. For revolutions are not fairy tales. They do not end with, happily ever after. They end with work, with compromise, with disillusion, with the slow grind of progress that rarely matches the purity of a crowd's cry. Yet even so, the memory of EDSA endures, not because it was perfect, but because it was possible. It revealed what can happen when fear collapses, when voices join, when a people decide they have had enough. It revealed that even in a land weary of corruption and betrayal, hope can stir, unexpectedly, like a candle flickering against the wind, fragile, improbable, but real. Thus ends the arc of that strange and luminous uprising, not with a final shout, but with a whisper that continues through the years. The whisper says, remember. Remember what was risked. Remember what was won. Remember, too, what was left undone. For history does not end at EDSA, nor does it rest in monuments. It flows onward, through each generation, through each struggle, through each silence waiting to be broken. And always, somewhere in that flow, the eerie and unsettling memory of February 1986 lingers, a reminder that nations, like people, are haunted not only by what they suffer, but by what they dare to dream. History does not end neatly. It spills, like water, into every crack of the future, seeping into corners unseen, reshaping even what is yet to come. And so it is with the first Philippine People Power revolution. Though its banners have long been folded, its chants softened into echoes, and its faces faded into sepia, the spirit of those days still stirs, quietly, insistently, like the rhythm of a tide that never ceases. In the years that followed, Manila became a city of contradictions. Along EDSA, new billboards rose where rosaries once swung in the smoky air. Traffic returned with its familiar fury, drowning out the memory of silence broken only by hymns. Malls bloomed, neon signs flickered, and commerce reclaimed the avenue that had briefly become the stage of the world. Yet beneath the hum of engines and the buzz of advertisements, there was always something more, a hum, faint but unshakable, as though the very asphalt retained the memory of footsteps that had once shaken an empire. Children grew up hearing tales of the revolution, stories their parents told with eyes alight. Some spoke of it as miracle, others as inevitability, others still as a rare and fragile alignment of courage and chance. But children, as children do, often listened with polite detachment. What was real to their parents was history to them. They knew the stories, but not the terror of wondering whether tanks would fire. They saw the photographs, but not the trembling hands that had lifted flowers into steel muzzles. They inherited the victory, but not the fear. And in that gap, memory softened into myth. For revolutions, once lived, are doomed to be retold. And retelling changes them. The danger recedes, the uncertainty evaporates, leaving only the clean lines of narrative, the rise of a widow, the fall of a dictator, the triumph of prayerful crowds. It becomes a parable, a lesson, a shining tale of good overcoming evil. But the true weight of those days was heavier, stranger, more unsettling. For it was never guaranteed. It was not destiny written in the stars. It was millions of fragile hearts, standing in the street, gambling everything on the hope that others would stand beside them. In quiet hours, when Manila's streets are nearly empty and the neon glow fades into shadow, one might feel that strangeness return. One might imagine the city listening to itself, remembering. The lampposts that once bore candles. The buildings that once rang with chants. The pavement that once felt the press of unending crowds. In such moments, it is as if the ghosts of February 1986 stir once more, reminding all who will listen that freedom is never permanent, only borrowed, only tended. The world, too, remembers. For though EDSA was a Filipino story, its echoes reached far shores. In Poland, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, whispers of people power carried into streets where walls would soon crack and regimes collapse. Commentators called it contagion, inspiration, proof that even the smallest, most improbable nations could spark something larger than themselves. But history is never simple. Each nation has its own terrain of fear, its own landscape of resistance. To imitate is not to replicate. And yet, the candlelit nights of Manila offered a vision, that perhaps the weapons of the powerless were not so powerless after all. But what of the Philippines itself? Did the revolution deliver the paradise it promised? The answer is complex, uneasy, like the revolution itself. Democracy returned, yes. Elections resumed. Newspapers once silenced roared again with criticism. The iron bars of dictatorship bent open. Yet inequality persisted. Poverty remained. Corruption proved resilient, adaptable, shape-shifting into new forms. For while revolutions can topple a ruler, they cannot in a single sweep undo centuries of structures, habits, and wounds. The people had won a chance, but not a cure. And so the question lingered, was it enough? Perhaps this is the true legacy of EDSA, not perfection, not fulfillment, but possibility. It did not erase suffering, but it revealed the power of collective will. It did not usher in utopia, but it cracked the myth of permanence that tyrants weave around themselves. It showed that fear could be broken, and once broken, it can never be entirely restored. And so even in moments when disillusion returned, when old corruptions resurfaced, when the poor saw little change in their daily struggles, the memory of EDSA remained as a kind of ember, proof that once, at least once, the people stood unafraid and prevailed. Time, however, is cruel to embers. They dim, they cool, they risk being forgotten. Already, new generations view the revolution with distance, their eyes trained on new battles, new betrayals, new disappointments. For them, EDSA is both luminous and hollow, luminous because it glows in textbooks and monuments, hollow because its promises seem unfulfilled. The yellow ribbons once tied with reverence now feel, to some, like symbols of another elite, another dynasty, another set of broken dreams. Memory itself fractures, contested, weaponized. Some recall it with pride. Others dismiss it as a spectacle, a trick of elites cloaked in piety. And so even memory becomes a battlefield. The revolution lives, not only in history books, but in arguments over its meaning. Was it a triumph or a failure? Was it miracle or manipulation? Did it free the people, or merely reshuffle those in power? These questions swirl endlessly, like smoke that refuses to dissipate. Perhaps the truth is all of these, at once. For history is never one story, but many, woven together, fraying at the edges, knotted in contradictions. Still, despite the debates, despite the disillusionment, despite the fading of candles, something of EDSA remains indelible. It is there in the way Filipinos still gather in the streets when wrongs grow unbearable. It is there in the instinct, deeply embedded, that tyranny can be resisted not only with arms, but with voices, with bodies, with courage. It is there in the haunting memory of tanks stopped not by firepower but by prayer. It is there, quiet but unextinguished, in the marrow of a people who once stood unarmed and changed their fate. As we drift toward the end of this long meditation, let us pause to imagine once more those days, not as a neat story, but as a living atmosphere. The sound of church bells mingling with the whir of helicopter blades. The scent of diesel smoke mingling with incense. The flicker of candlelight bouncing off helmets and rifles. The trembling in the chest of those who wondered if they would survive the night. The strange calm that came with the decision to stand, whatever the cost. These are not abstractions. They were lived moments, trembling and real, moments when history felt fragile, as though it could break in either direction. And if one listens closely, even now, one can still hear the resonance of those moments, faint, like the ringing of a distant bell, but unmistakable. It is the sound of a nation reminding itself, we have done this once, and we may be called to do it again. History does not end neatly. It lingers, unsettled, unfinished. And so too does the story of people power. It is not only the story of February 1986. It is the story of what came after, of what continues still. It is the story of memory contested, of hope endangered, of courage waiting to be awakened once more. It is the story of a people haunted by their own power, fearful of it, proud of it, unsure what to do with it, but unable to forget it. And so, as we close this long reflection, let us not close it with certainty. Let us leave it open, as history always is. The revolution changed history, yes. But history keeps moving, restless, unfinished. And the echoes of EDSA move with it, lingering in the air like a hymn half remembered, like a whisper in the dark. For revolutions never end. They ripple, they haunt, they wait. And somewhere, even now, in the quiet corners of Manila, in the hearts of those who dream, in the memories of those who once stood unafraid, the spirit of EDSA flickers still, fragile, mysterious, unsettling, but real. And it waits, as all memories wait, for the moment when the people once again remember the sound of their own power.